Madam Deputy Speaker.
Let us pray. Almighty God, where you have called us to govern this province, we ask your help to make decisions and laws that will be just and will promote the interests of the people. Almagtige God, ons bid dat u gedurende ons vergaderings ons nodigheid wysheid sal gee en ons motiewe suiwer sal hou en dat u ons sal help om ons tekortkominge te oorkom en al ons besluite aan u op te dra. Sikelele elizwele tu nabantu balo, umesele ikulungu kipondu letu. Nkosi sikelele I Afrika, klina da bantuano bayo, kokela inkoke zayo, inike ekolo I Africa. All this we beg in your holy name. Amen. You may be seated. A very good morning to everybody here in the chambers. Before we begin, I would just like to read some of the rules of this morning's sitting. In this case, let me just start where it begins. Suppose a member of this parliament elects to participate virtually and not from the chamber. In that case, it is the member's responsibility to ensure that they have good connectivity and good quality audio and video, and that there are no disturbances during the sitting. I would also like to remind the media that are online and have been granted access to MS Teams that they may not use the chat room or speak or activate their cameras while the sitting is in progress. And just to remind the members in the gallery that they may not participate in the sitting. Honourable members are reminded that no interjections are permitted during these hybrid sittings. And to this end, I draw the honourable members' attention to Rule 40 of the Standing Rules. Before we commence with the orders of the day, I request everyone to rise for a rendition of the national anthem of the Republic of South Africa. Thank you very much. You may be seated. Order members, the Secretary will read the first order of the day.
Debat oor begrotingspos 13, kultuursake en sport, Weskaapse begrotingswetsontwerp.
Baie dankie, Secretaris. I now recognize the Honourable Minister Murray.
Deputy Speaker, honourable members, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, goeiemorgen, molweni. A big thank you to Dan Lucas of the Department of Culture Affairs and Sports Office in Beaufort West, the Honourable Speaker's constituency, for that lovely rendition of our national anthem. Dankie Dan dat jy die hart van die Karoo Kaap te bring vir ons begrotingspos. Ons waardeer dit en waardeer jou. I also want to thank all the performers from projects supported by our department who performed on the concourse of the Western Cape Parliament this morning. They are representatives of the Cape Town Carnival Costume Parade, the wonderful magicians from the Cape Town School of Magic, performers from the CPO String Quartet and the EMAT Youth Band from Khayelitsha. Uit die hart uit dankie aan elkeen van julle. Deputy Speaker, when I listened to Dan Lucas on a saxophone, I was filled with hope for the future and for our country. During South Africa's darkest hours in 1984, Eddie Grant recorded the hit song, Give Me Hope, Joanna, with the refrain, Give me hope until the morning comes. More of this song, which in this day was known as the anthem of Mitchell's Plain, at the end of the speech. In this regard, Daniel Burnham, an American architect, said the following in support of building skyscrapers in Chicago in the 19th century when some criticized their construction. And I quote, made no little plans, they have no magic to stir people's blood, and probably themselves will not be realized. Make big plans, aim high in hope and work. Remembering that a noble logical diagram, once recorded, will never die, but long after we are gone will be a living thing, asserting itself with every growing insistency, unquote. At Team DCAS, as we refer to ourselves, we imagine the future we desire and creating that future through the programs of the Department of Culture Affairs and Sport. Dit is programme wat ons finansier, bestuur en 'n oogie oorhou in belang van die Weskaapse belastingbetaler in wie se diens ons staan. Before I get to the numbers of the budget itself, Deputy Speaker, I wish to welcome a few inspirational members of the public whom I invited as they embody hope and the ability to turn dreams into reality. I always say that if your dreams do not scare you, you do not dream big enough. Our guests show us how to dream big. Please stand when I mention your name so that we can acknowledge your contribution. Firstly, the Dutch General in Cape Town, Ms. Helene Rekkers, has sung You have shown such an interest in South African culture and cultural emancipation that I just felt you had to be our guest today. You are most welcome, madam. All protocol observed. Dan verwelkom ek twee vroue van formaat. Marlene Leroux van Kunste Kaap, met wie die departement en ek 'n spesiale verhouding vennootskap het. En Karen Meyering, voormalige kanaalhoof van Kyknet. Sterkte Karen met jou nuutste groot projek. Ons sien uit om te kyk. Jawar Mohammed inspires us as he continues to break new ground on behalf of the physically challenged. Meneer Edmund Jenneker is die voorsitter van die Suidoosterfees se direksie. Sterkte by die reëlings vir verjaar se fees wat om die draai is. Billy Domingo Festival Director, who has done so much for Cape Town. A special welcome to you. Ook in die galery is JP Nudee, president van die Wes-Kaapse Sportfederasie. I simply cannot think of a more driven and motivated person to fill that position. To Cliffy, Anthea, and Bongani Obobo, representing Hopeless Soccer and Oasis, as well as Ricky from the Cape Flats YMCA. Thanks for your massive and selfless contribution to giving hope and a fresh start to some of the most marginalized in the Western Cape. Die kok en televisiepersoonlikheid Marinda Engelbreg vereer ons met haar teenwoordigheid. Dankie Marinda. Vir wat jy en Margriet vir ons provinsie se kinders se teateropvoeding doen met die vlooi opvoerings. Meneer Michael Jonas van die Afrikaanse Taalmonument en Museum in die Parel. En Eureka Barnard van Sasnef en die Langehoven Gedenkfonds. Julle dra ons provinsie se kultuur op die hart en ek is so dankbaar vir julle bydrae om aan die Weskaap 'n beter plek te maak. Deputy Speaker, the year-on-year budget increased from an adjusted appropriation of 290 million in 2023-24 to a final appropriation of 388 million in 24-25, resulting in a net increase of 15 million, mainly due to inflationary increases. Apart from the inflationary increases, the department did not receive additional funding. While the year-on-year analysis for our budget reflects an increase, the MTF budget decreased by 10.7 million for 2024-25 due to fiscal consolidation. In addition, once-off funding for EPWP expansion, 7 million, and artists in schools, 2 million, received in the 2023-24 financial year was not reallocated in this year's budget. Deputy Speaker and honourable members, the department also had to absorb the cost of living adjustment in its baseline allocation as the impact of salary increases was not funded by Treasury. Salary increases absorbed includes the carry-through effects of 2023 salary increase of 7.5%, and a 2024 salary increase of 4.9%, which is an inflationary increase. Fiscal consolidation, together with the impact of the salary increases, negatively affected the department budget intended for services. That means the budget cuts, of which such a large part is because of the in-year budget cuts by the inept ANC government, which our provincial government is rightly challenging, makes it much harder for us to serve our people at the levels we want to. Most affected are transfers to non-profit organizations, which decreased by 12.39%. To minimize the impact on services of the fiscal consolidation and impact of cost of living adjustment, we unfunded 22 posts across the department. Those are 22 fewer dedicated officials that we could have hired to serve our people, purely because of national ANC budget cuts to the people of the Western Cape. Regardless of the declining fiscal and economic environments, we ensure that our budget continues to prioritize the recovery of our sectors by aligning it to the Western Cape Recovery Plan in the areas of jobs, safety, and well-being. We also ensure that basic service outcomes are protected despite our declining budget. Deputy Speaker, die Departement van Kultuursake en Sport se begroting is opgedeel in 4 programme, naamlik administrasie, kultuursake, biblioteke en argiewe en sport en ontspanning. Vervolgens kyk ons na spesifieke onderafdelings van die departement. Let us start with arts, culture and language services. During the year under review, the department provided language support to Western Cape government departments in a form of editing, translations, and interpreting services in the 3 official languages of the Western Cape and South African Sign Language. This demonstrates our commitment to ensuring that all individuals have access to government in information, resources, and opportunities. Suid-Afrikaanse gebaretaal is verlede jaar tot 'n Suid-Afrikaanse amptstaal verklaar, wat hoop vir soveel gehoorgestremdes en dowe Suid-Afrikaners gebring het. Deur middel van ons taaldienste eenheid en in samewerking met die Pan Suid-Afrikaanse Taalraad of PANSAT, het ons basiese opleiding in gebaretaal verskaf aan personeel van verskeie Wes-Kaapse staatsdepartemente wat regstreeks met die publiek skakel en wat gesigkontak met die publiek het. It is with great pride that DCAS commemorate the 200th anniversary of the existence of isiXhosa as a published and written language by hosting a community outreach program and colloquium in Langa, Cape Town, where I delivered the keynote address. Die Departement van Kultuursake en Sport verskaf reeds sedert 2021 finansiering aan die drietalige woordeboek van Kaaps projek in samewerking met die Universiteit van Wes-Kaapland en die Heal the Hood projek, 'n gemeenskapsorganisasie sonder winsbejag. Die projek fokus tans op die navorsing vir en die ontwikkeling van die Kaaps-Afrikaanse Engelse drietalige woordeboek. Deputy Speaker, honorable members, a highlight of our music program is a Journey to Jazz Festival in Prince Albert. DCAS will again support this festival scheduled to take place from the 1st until the 5th of May 2024. It takes place under the banner of PACT, a project run by enthusiastic and creative local youth, all from Prince Albert. Choral music is important for offering safe protective factors for youth in that it enables mass participation and teaches the values of accountability and teamwork. The department allocated 400,000 rand to conduct choral music engagement in all provincial districts. The engagements were coupled with training of choir conductors and in schools and communities. A symposium of choral music will, for instance, be held next month. Die munisipaliteite van Swartland, Drakensberg en Stellenbosch het in samewerking met die Nasionale Departement van Klein-Sakeontwikkeling 'n reeks werkswinkels en inligtingsessies aangebied, gemik op kleinsakeondernemings in die kreatiewe sektor, soos byvoorbeeld filmvervaardigers, musikante, musiekvervaardigers, produksiemaatskappye, fotograwe, handwerkers, ontwerpers en ontwerpateliers, tekskrywers, skrywers en uitgewers. These programs engender hope in these important industries, of which the resilience will strengthen their communities. In 2024-25, despite budgetary constraints, we are continuing our Artists in School program, which means more job opportunities for our professional arts facilitators placed in schools. 1 million rand will be contributed to ensure the continuity of the program. Together with several partners, the department continues to consolidate community arts center programs. The network was founded by just 12 members in 2022, but today it boasts over 30 arts centers throughout the province. Deputy Speaker en agbare lede, die departement het 2.5 miljoen rand toegewys aan die ontwikkeling van die kunste in die verskillende distrikte in die Wes-Kaap in die 2024-2025 finansiële jaar. Die dramaprogram van ons departement wat plaasvind het in die distrikte Tuinroete, Overberg en Kaapse Wynlande, het werklik kwaliteitsproduksies vir die DCAS Dramafees voortgebring. Ons dramaprogram het daadwerklike opheffing van die jeug in die tersaaklike gemeenskappe tot gevolg. Groepe soos Siakona, Youth Development en Tebaleto bied hul eie kunstefees in George aan en is reeds landwyd bekend daarvoor. Ons is so verskriklik trots op die Shek Theater in Swellendam, gevestig deur ons eie meneer Freek Oorson, wat gegroei het van deelnemer aan DCAS ontwikkelingsprogram tot impresario van sy eie teater, van wie die inskrywings uitblink by die Zabalasa fees, soos aangebied by die Baxter Theater hier in Kaapstad. Indeed, it is for these outstanding achievements that we will continue to strengthen our partnership with Baxter Theatre and Zabalasa to provide more opportunities for young, emerging theatre practitioners to stage a place at the iconic Baxter Theatre. The funding allocated to these programs ensures the continuity of skills transfer by sector professionals like Abdurrahman Adams and Madhu Koyama. Thanks for the hope you turn into dreams and the dreams you turn into reality. In samewerking met verskeie vennote soos PANSAT sal ons departement voortgaan om hoop en geleenthede te skep vir ontleikende en voornemende skrywers. Ons sal voortgaan om 'n kultuur van lees en skryf aan te wakker en om die geleenthede daarvoor wyd en ver in ons gemeenskappe in te dra. Ons is die trotse aanbieders van die letterkundige kunsteprogram, the Literary Arts Program. Volgende jaar sal ons 'n bloemlesing publiseer van kortverhale in isiXhosa deur deelnemers aan ons jong skrywersprogram. This is so lovely that it bears repeating. Next year, we will be launching a collection of isiXhosa short stories and poems from our Young Writers Program. We are excited to see the return of our successful DCAS Dance Festival that took place at the Joseph Stone Auditorium in Athlone, featuring 18 dance organizations from the Metro and Cape Winelands. The next festival will stage performers from more than 200 dancers. Our annual Arts, Culture and Heritage Funding Program affords an opportunity to arts and culture organizations, individual artists and arts companies to apply for assistance for the execution of their programs within communities and thus creating job opportunities and promoting safer and more cohesive communities. The department will support the arts and culture sector to the tune of 70 million in the 2024-25 financial year, mindful of the challenges confronting the sector. Since the launch of our online application system, we have seen an exponential increase in our applications. The application process for 2024-25 financial year closed on the 8th of March 2024 and 381 applications were received. It is pleasing to note that more than 40% of applications received are from the rural areas of the province. In 2024-25, the department plans to have more interactive sessions with beneficiaries and force networks and collaborations amongst organizations within the value chain. Furthermore, the online system is to be enhanced to assist with the process and facilitate goal-oriented outcomes. Deputy Speaker, honourable members, turning to the initiation program, the Western Cape Government is committed to preservation and safe practice of the rite of passage and has adopted a zero-tolerance approach to the deaths of initiates. To this end, the department allocated 3.1 million rand to sustain the program. In preparation for the summer season 2023, a total of 103 culture practitioners were trained in health and hygiene principles. We also appointed monitors of initiation schools from various cultures such as Amashluba, Basotho, and Amakosa. Furthermore, we purchased and issued protective clothing and equipment to the practitioners for infection prevention control during the season. As part of our commitment for a safe initiation program, we are developing a digital system for the initiation program to assist with early detection of conditions that could lead to deaths, upscaling our current monitoring system, and increase our training efforts for the culture practitioners. The first phase of the system was approved by the Western Cape Provincial Initiation Coordinating Committee and will be launched during the next summer season. DCAS, in partnership with the Western Cape Provincial Initiation Coordinating Committee, will continue to facilitate workshops with initiation forums and communities to ensure compliance to the Customary Initiation Act. These interventions will maintain a strict, conducive and harmonious environment for all. Agbare Deputy Speaker en agbare lede, ons kyk vervolgens na die afdeling museums, erfenis en geografiese name. In trotse teenstelling met die res van die land, beskik die Weskaap oor 32 behoorlik funksionerende museums. Teen die einde van verlede jaar het ons nuutste museum op Elandsbaai aan die Weskus aan die publiek oopgestel. In die afgelope geldjaar het ons uitstekende vordering gemaak met die opdatering van die uitstalling by die Worcester Museum, het opwindende toevoegings tot sowel die George Museum as die Bartholomeus Dias Museumterrein in Mosselbaai. Die departement sal voortgaan om ons provinsiese museums te ondersteun en 'n begroting van R12 miljoen is toegewys in die 2024-2025 finansiële jaar. The Cape Town Museum Walk-in Centre was inaugurated in November last year. The completion of the final phase of Cape Town Digital, featuring the Mapping Cape Town project, will help immortalize the rich tapestry of our history. We have launched digital exhibitions showcasing narratives such as the Peninsula Maternity Hospital and Cape Town through the eyes of the archives. alongside celebrating the contributions of impactful women. Betreffende erfenis is die departement 'n belangrike rolspeler in die nasionale weerstands- en bevrydings-erfenisroete-projek, die sogenaamde Resistance and Liberation Heritage Route Project. In die nabye toekoms sal ons 'n projek takel om die nalatenskap van vroeë vestigings deur plaaslike bevolkingsgroepe te herdenk deur die Tussen die Riviere projek, wat 'n buitelug tentoonstelling oor inheemse deursettingsvermoë by Oude Molen hier in Kaapstad sal insluit. This year, the department is looking forward to the finalization of the UNESCO World Heritage inscription at Deep Kloof Rock Shelter on the west coast and the Pinnacle Point site complex on the southern Cape Coast. We manage these significant archaeological sites with the assistance of a heritage authority within the province, Heritage Western Cape. Heritage Western Cape continues to play an important role in the value chain of commercial, residential, and industrial development related economic opportunities within the province. The Heritage Western Cape Service Delivery Improvement Plan and a recent undertaking of a lean management project with the Lean Institute Africa aims to improve the efficiencies and quality of service delivery in permit application processes as one of its streams of service to the public. It is a service delivery measure being put in place to improve the internal efficiencies of Heritage Western Cape and benefit the public who rely on its services across the province. The average number of permit applications average over 2,000 annually. Ons 375 openbare biblioteke is die juweel in ons kroon en ons voeg steeds nuwe biblioteke by. R1 miljoen is toegewys aan die bou van die Vleiland Modulaire Biblioteek. Vleiland is 'n plaasgemeenskap in Laingsburg distrik en is 65 km van die naaste biblioteek geleë. Hierdie nuwe gebou sal die gemeenskap van Vleiland onder meer in staat stel om gratis toegang tot die internet te hê as deel van ons plattelandse biblioteke konnektiwiteitsprojek. Danksy die opgradering van die Prins Albert Biblioteek sal die gemeenskap nie meer 3 km na die hoofbiblioteek in Prins Albert moet stap om inligting bekom en van internetdienste gebruik te maak nie. The current Kwamandlin Nkosi Public Library in Beaufort West has serious space constraints. The 1.5 million upgrade will allow for much needed study space for learners. Our e-book lending service complements the physical book collections and other services rendered in public libraries. Patrons can access the service from the comfort and safety of their homes 24/7. More than 17,300 titles are currently available. 2023 has shown a 66% increase in circulation, with audiobook circulation increasing by an incredible 70%. Our public libraries will also continue to serve as a safe space for all, especially through initiatives such as the Belleville Public Library or the Plots People Living on the Streets program. The department will continue with the rollout of our oral history project in communities, which enables residents, students, and historians to now access the previously undocumented first-hand stories of people with deep roots in their communities. Deputy Speaker, our Archives and Records Service provides accessibility and use of archival records by South African citizens and the world at large for research purposes. To further enhance our services, we are actively exploring emerging trends in records management. We are investigating the use of artificial intelligence and machine learning to improve information retrieval and security. Additionally, we transitioned towards cloud-based storage and access solutions to improve accessibility and collaboration. Deputy Speaker, the Sports Directorate in the department has 181 mod centers, 134 neighboring schools, 25 recreational centers, and 6 multi-purpose sport shared facilities across the province, providing sport and recreational activities reaching more than 100,000 participants, creating approximately 650 job opportunities. The department has allocated 42 million towards the sustainability of the MOD program, including the multi-purpose shared facilities. DCAS collaborates closely with Disability Sport Western Cape to provide comprehensive support to programs and athletes. The disability sport sector is poised to deliver medals at the forthcoming Olympic Games in Paris in July this year and the Paralympics taking place in the same city in August. These are, of course, two of the greatest highlights on the sporting calendar. In addition, the Paralympian provides hope and support to those living with disability, as well as their support structures. There has been a significant increase in funding and resources dedicated to programs targeting women and girls within the province. Furthermore, the Club Development Program aims to bolster sport clubs in the Western Cape by providing transportation, capacity building initiatives, equipment, and attire. More than 200 clubs will form part of the program for this coming financial year. The department allocated 14.4 million rand to sustain these programs. Ons gaan al meer klem plaas op die plattelandse en plaasgemeenskappe van ons geliefde provinsie, met die plaaswerker sportkommissie wat die pas van hoop en selfverbetering sal aangee. Een van die moontlikhede wat DCAS in die toekoms al meer wil verken is e-sport. Daar is soveel potensiaal en met 'n self sterker poog in hierdie verband lyk die toekoms voorwaar beskleurig. DCAS plays a crucial role in supporting economic growth through sport and cultural events, as well as through innovation along the cultural and creative industries and the sport and recreation industry value chains. 5 million rand has been allocated towards major sports, arts, culture, and heritage events. Leidende sportgeleenthede waarin ons departement 'n fasiliterende rol speel, sluit onder meer die 2 Oseane Marathon, die Kaapstad Marathon, die Rugby Sevens, die Nyasa Oesterfees, die George Sportfees, die Mosselbaai Sportfees, die Patatfees in Napier, die Hessekoop Sportfees in Riversdal en die Walvis Sportfees in Hermanus in. In 2023, the department assisted with highly successful events including the T20 Women's Cricket World Cup, Rugby Sevens World Cup, Netball World Cup, T20 South African League and the Cape Town Cycle Tour. In total, we have supported 122 events thus far. Something very close to my heart. Each year, the department translates one new code of sport. We have successfully translated into isiXhosa the laws of chess, cricket, netball, boxing, and cycling. We will on Africa Day 2024 launch the laws of table tennis. We will work with Tennis Western Cape to translate the laws of tennis in the next 2024-25 financial year. Recreation in the Western Cape is thriving, with 25 recreation centres offering services that create 50 job opportunities for coaches. From 1 April to 2023 to 29th of February 2024, these centres provided opportunities for 46,000 participants to actively participate in recreation activities. The Mass Participation, Opportunity, Access, Development and Growth Program continues to make a significant impact, supporting 181 centres with staff and equipment, reaching over 50,000 learners participating in the after-school program from 1 April 2023 to 31st of January 2024 and creating job opportunities for 400 individuals. The school sport program continues to make a significant impact, supporting 134 neighbouring school centres with staff and equipment, reaching 17,000 learners and creating job opportunities for 174 individuals. At the district level, more than 43,500 learners participated in school sport activities. Deputy Speaker, honourable members, Team Western Cape achieved first place at the South African National Schools Athletic Championship for learners with special educational needs and second place at the South African National High Schools Athletics Championship, as well as third place at the South African National School Swimming Championship. We achieved second place at the South African National Schools Winter Games Championship. At the South African National Schools Summer Games, we were crowned champions, successfully defending our crown. For the 2024-25 financial year, the department allocated 48 million rand to school sport to sustain these programs. DCAS runs a flagship youth in service program, Year Beyond. This year, we plan on placing 3,000 youth in the Western Cape. This represents true hope to our young people. Some new year beyond development include the expansion of our libraries program, the launch of the Little Explorers ECD program, placing community well-being champions in clinics, partnering with an industry to develop a virtual mentorship program using both behavioral nudges and AI, and partnering with partners in both the social sector and industry to ensure pathways for youth post the year beyond experience. The program is amazingly successful. Of the 104 schools surveyed, not a single one wanted to enter partnership with Year Beyond, which they said contribute to an improvement in learner literacy levels, learner numeracy levels, learner participation and engagement in class, learner attitudes to schoolwork, learner self-esteem, and learner well-being. The same positive feedback was received from libraries, participants, and corporates regarding the program. The department allocated 51.6 million rand towards the youth programs in the Western Cape. Deputy Speaker, democracy cannot function without oversight. I wish to thank the Standing Committee for their dedication and their caring. As it is the last budget vote of this term, I want to single them out by name. Our chairperson, Honourable Gillian Bosman, Honourable Deirdre Baartman, Honourable Gerrit Pretorius, Honourable Ayanda Barnes, then my friend and opponent, Masuli Kama, who has resigned and whom I miss. His replacement, Honourable Pamela Harris, that difficult man, Honourable Peter Marais, and Honourable Ferland Christians. I also want to thank honourable members of the EEF for the input over the years. We differ and we are opponents, but we have a very good working relationship. I want to thank Premier Alan Wendy for entrusting me with this precious portfolio. I also want to thank Team DCAS, led by our head of department, Mr. Guy Redmond, and my husband, of my echtgenoot, Erik. I thank everyone who has made this term such a joy, such an opportunity to give hope until the morning comes to every individual in our province and in South Africa. I hereby table this budget. Thank you. Inkosi kakhulu. Baie dankie.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Honourable Minister. I now am going to offer the mic to the Honourable Harris. Please note it is the Honourable Harris's maiden speech. The Honourable Harris, there won't be any interjections. You may proceed.
Good morning. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Honourable speakers, members of the House, and esteemed guests, it is my singular honour to partake in this important debate on behalf of the gigantic liberation movement, the African National Congress, to deliver this maiden speech, which also happens to be the last for this administration. As per the established convention, I understand that there must be no heckling, interjection, as well as controversy in the speech. However, given that this is a budget speech, Deputy Speaker, the latter cannot be guaranteed. Deputy Speaker, I stand before you today, not just as a representative of the ANC, but as a voice for the marginalized, the neglected, and the voiceless across our beautiful province, to make a clarion call against the passing of a budget that falls short of meeting the needs and aspirations of our people. The budget as it stands is deeply flawed and fails to prioritize the critical needs of our communities, particularly those in poor working class areas and rural communities. As the ANC has been consistently saying since the start of the sixth administration, this department is underfunded and its ability to deliver on its mandate is hampered. The department's own officials have stated that they require over 1 billion to effectively fulfill their mandate. Yet, instead of increasing funding, the provincial government has chosen to slash the department's budget, particularly from the Provincial Revenue Fund and the departmental own receipts by 7.44% and 7.50% respectively. This increase on conditional grants could have been more if it wasn't for the decrease to the social sector expanded public works program incentive grants for provinces. As it is the case with other departments, we understand that this is because of reprioritization of conditional grants funding towards the presidential employment stimulus. With this explanation, I hope no member will attempt to shift the blame to the national government for the failures of this department. Deputy Speaker, while we acknowledge that the cost of living adjustment required the department to fund to the presentation made on the fund was challenged obviously because of COLA. We must understand that the rise in the cost of living, government officials that obviously tirelessly work within the department deserves an increase in salaries. The cost of living adjustment has forced the department to take a decision to unfund 22 posts to minimize the impact of the COLA. Despite this, the department has also gone to slash allocation to vital programs within the department. The department budget has increased by 1.70% or 15.98 million from 888.290 million revised estimates in 2023 and 24 to 903,388 million in 24-25. Both the equitable share and conditional grants increased by 2.28% and 5.49% respectively. While we welcome this nominal increase, Deputy Speaker, is it important to note that it is insufficient to meet the growing needs of our communities. As a result of this general lack of funding, critical programs are being cut, including interventions like youth programs for arts and culture. This is unacceptable, especially at the time when our youth are in desperate need of support and guidance. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the future of our nation lies in the hands of our youth, yet the DA government is failing them by denying adequate resources for growth and empowerment. We mourn the lives lost, the dreams shattered, and the opportunities squandered because of this neglect. Our youth deserve better. Our children deserve better investment, support, and a chance to thrive regardless of their background or postal codes. We should look around us, honorable members, in the heart of our communities, in the sprawling township and the Cape Flats where I come from, and the remote corners of the rural areas. Sporting facilities lie in ruins. Children filled with potential and dreams are led to play on hazardous fields, risking life and limb due to the absence of safe spaces for recreation. Unfortunately, thousands of them end up being new recruits in the gangs that are terrorizing all of us in the province. This is not by accident, but by design. And today's budget is testament to that. On youth development, the provincial government states on its overview of provincial revenue and expenditure, open quote, access to arts, culture, and sports is a fundamental right for all. Efforts continue to focus on breaking down barriers and ensuring opportunities for participation through infrastructure development, skills training, and collaborative partnership. The Department of Cultural Affairs and Sports work towards creating inclusive spaces where individuals from all backgrounds can engage in cultural and sporting pursuits, close quote. Deputy Speaker, of course, this is a blue lie. There are no efforts to break down barriers. and ensure opportunities for participation. For a number of years, the ANC in this House has pointed the provincial government to the neglect of sporting facilities in poor working class communities like Nyanga, Gugule, to Mitchell's Plain, and many others, Parkwood, where facilities are dilapidated. For many years, the ANC has asked the department about its plans to support children of Nyanga and Kailicha who are forced to play on open fields along the N2 due to the lack of sports and recreation facilities in our communities. Lest we forget about the 4 children who died after they were electrocuted while playing in water at Klipfontein Mission Station in Philippi in September last year. This is a reminder to the MEC and a department that people's lived realities in the township and on the Cape Flats where I come from, those communities it's not as rosy as what we picture it to be yourselves as the DA, and that you purport to be a caring government and working for all. A caring government would have used this budget process to prioritize addressing these issues, but not this one led by the Democratic Alliance in the Western Cape. I've perused the budget document looking at infrastructure projects of the department, and there is nothing about sporting infrastructure and recreation, and we can see it in our own communities daily. On youth development, the department says it aligns itself with the Western Cape government's youth strategy, which believes that children and youth must be developed holistically, considering their physiological, spiritual, emotional, and intellectual needs. I believe that this is a privilege reserved for children from affluent areas and affluent schools, and not for children from the poor working class communities, as I've already sought to explain their conditions which are neglected by this department. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the department is allocated a measly 473.8 million over the 2024 MTF in support of youth programs. I'm sure even the other honorable members on the other side of the House agree with me that this is not enough. I am new in this legislature, but I read in the media last year, the committee chair bragging about that the DA government spent millions per year on youth, supporting youth and getting them out of drugs and crime. Of course, one doesn't have to be a member of this House to know the chairperson's statement is hogwash. As a member of this committee, I got a chance to ask the department about
Honourable Member, if you can just
spending
take your
on
seat.
such interventions.
Honourable Member, if you can just take your seat. I know we don't normally rise on a point of order, but I will accept it. Deputy Chief Whip.
Chair, before I put my point of order, in terms of the parliamentary procedure in Commonwealth with a maiden speech, the reason we don't interrupt or heckle is because you're not being controversial. Now, the member has, in terms of Rule 59, reflected upon a member of this House. She specifically mentioned the chair of the committee, and we all know who the chair of the committee is. And we're not allowed to reflect upon the integrity of a member of this House without bringing a substantive motion.
Thank you. Honourable Lecker. Thank you. Put your microphone on. Is your microphone on?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I wish to point out to the
1 minute, members.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I wish to point out that Member Pamela Harris did not reflect on any member's personality. She only spoke of an article that she read in the news. It's public knowledge. So let's not use the procedures of this House to our own detriment, because what the honorable member has just done is just to raise an order that does not even rise to belong here.
Thank you very much. Can I make a ruling, Honourable Bosman? Is it on the same point?
Yes, Honourable Speaker, and perhaps I can offer some assistance if the member is prepared to take a question, just identify which chairperson.
Bosman, sit
There
down.
were two chairpersons. Honourable.
Or can I please have all members, please, Honourable Lacquer? I'm going to rule on this, if I can rule on this, please, and if you will give me a moment, honourable members in the DA. Honourable Seleku, Honourable Bosman, I'm busy speaking. Right, can I rule on this, please? I'm going to let it go. I'm just going to caution the Honourable Harris. I know that she said the chairperson, she didn't reflect on the personal name. Honourable Harris, can I just ask? This is not about writing, if you can just caution you before making allegations. I know it's your maiden speech and I respect you for that. So you may proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair. Let me continue, Speaker. A glance at the budget book clearly exposes the DA's neglect of youth in the province. There is nothing in the department's budget, its annual plan, performance plan, and strategic plan that speaks to addressing the social anomalies and getting youth out of gangs and drugs, and we know that every day. There is no targeted intervention with a set of clear indicators to measure the impact in this regard, and we see it every day. It's a lived experience. In fact, yesterday we heard how the Department of Social Development is defunding the fight to combat the scourge of substance use disorder. This is an indictment against the DA government. Deputy Speaker, the over 473 million to be spent on youth development over the next 3 financial years will fund interventions like the mass opportunity and development centers, except for the fact that the number of mod centers at 181 centers across the province is not enough. The program is a good program which is funded by the national government's conditional grant. Why is the DA government not topping up this conditional grant for expansion of the mod centers, especially in rural communities where there is a big shortage? Honorable Deputy Speaker, it is not just the youth who suffer. Our cultural heritage, the very essence of who we are as a people, is under threat. The budget program to cultural affairs has been slashed by 2.95%. This includes cuts to sub-programs like language services, 3.53%, museum services, 6.75%, arts and culture, 4.5%. Transfers to entities has also been slashed by 43.08%, including a 69.15% cut in the transfer to Heritage Western Cape. This surely will impact on the industry in itself, Honorable Deputy Speaker. In fact, our libraries, who happens to be the gateway to knowledge and enlightenment, while we welcome the 1.78% increase in the budget allocation for libraries and archive services, we cannot ignore the glaring gap in rural library connectivity. Over 2024 MTF, a total of 1.73 billion is allocated to the department to maintain and support 377 library services points across the province. Only 232 libraries in the province have internet connectivity, while the department acknowledges that over 40 rural libraries do not have access to the internet. It plans to increase the number of libraries connected to the internet by only one library to 233 over the 2024 MTF period. How can we claim to be a province that values education and progress when we leave our rural communities stranded in digital darkness? While we welcome the 4 million allocated this financial year for the purposes of replacement funding for the burnt Beaufort West Regional Library Services, the children of Nduli in Ceres asked, what about their local library, which was burned down during a housing protest in 2018? The children of Nduli have since called for the help of the South African Human Rights Commission because the officials of Witzenberg municipality have been making empty promises about restoring the library for the past 6 years. The ANC calls for the budget allocation to rebuild the Nduli library. Deputy Speaker and esteemed members, I call on you, on all of you, to rise above the partisan divides and political rhetoric and reject this budget. Our duty is not to our parties or our egos, but to the people who entrusted us with their hopes and dreams. The ANC does not support this budget. I thank you.
Thank you very much. The Honourable Harris. I now recognize the Honourable Peter Murray. Are you online?
I am online. I've never been absent. Thank you.
Honourable Murray, are you speaking?
Yes.
Okay,
I
go
am
ahead,
here.
please.
I am online.
The time
Okay.
has started. You may proceed.
Speaker, in Afrika soos elders in die wêreld, is kultuur die vernaamste boublokke wat sosiale samebinding bevorder van gemeenskappe. Kultuur is die onblusbare vure van volk wat volke verenig en mense 'n eie identiteit gee. En die onderdrukking van een kultuur deur 'n ander kultuur het al brutale oorloë, versette en regeringsoorname oral in die wêreld, veral in Afrika gelei. En dit duur steeds voort in Afrika. So onderdruk die Afrikaanse, Griekwa en Khoi kulture en wees gewaarsku, ons is besig om die saad vir geweldige verset te saai. Wat is die waarde van 'n biblioteek as kinders op skool nie eers behoorlik kan lees nie? Is geldmors. Die leeskultuur is dood, nie net hier nie, maar wêreldwyd. Google, TikTok, Facebook en ander sosiale media is die nuwe biblioteek vir jong mense. Ek wil weet, wat doen ons daaromtrent? Ek het klagtes ontvang van die Griekwa Koningshuis, wat voel benadeel. Hulle maak kantore, hulle maak geriewe waar hulle vir binnelanders en buitelanders hulle kultuur, kuns en dans kan vertoon, maar dit bestaan nie. Dit bestaan nie. Die Khoi mense kla ook. Hulle sê dat die departement van kuns en kultuur word beskryf as nie objektief in hulle besluite heens die Griekwa en ander Khoi stamme. Let's adopt policies and devise strategies in this province to stop the cultural smothering and invasion by English. Our responsibilities equally should
Thank
be
you very
equal
much,
to
Honourable
the
Murray.
isiXhosa, Afrikaans and English. Western Cape demographics should be the yardstick, not national
Thank
demographics.
you, Honourable Murray. Your time is up. Thank you very much. I now recognize the Honourable Bosman.
Madam Speaker, the Dutch Consul General, Ms. Helene Rekkers, Alderman Johannes van der Merwe, Chairperson, Sub-Council 21, the Sub-Council that I'm glad to be the constituency of. The arts, cultural affairs, and sports are not just pastimes. They are the heartbeats of a society, reflecting its values, passions, and aspirations. They unite us in celebration, and they teach us resilience in defeat, and inspire us to strive for greatness. I stand before this House today to celebrate the vibrant cultural tapestry of the Western Cape, a tapestry woven by talented artists like we saw in the concourse, athletes, and passionate communities that call this province their home. This vibrancy is not accidental. It's the direct result of the Democratic Alliance's unwavering commitment to cultural affairs and sports. The Western Cape Department of Cultural Affairs and Sports has seen a steady increase in its budget, reflecting our commitment to the sector. The 2024-25 MTF budget allocation stands at a whopping 2.7 1.85 billion. This is in stark contrast to the stagnation and decline seen under the National Department of Sport, Arts and Culture. Our investments are reaping the rewards. The Western Cape has become a magnet for major events. We have successfully hosted the likes of the Netball World Cup, the Formula E, the Cape Town Cycle Tour, and in a week's time, the Cape Town International Jazz Festival. These events not only bring tourism revenue and economic stimulus, but also showcase our province's cultural and sporting prowess on a global stage. Let's not forget that 19 out of the 33 Springbok World Cup winning squad have deep-rooted connection to rugby development in the Western Cape. Let's not forget that an AFCON award-winning women's soccer coach, Ms. Desiree Ellis, calls the Western Cape her home. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, a massive 136 million will be spent on the arts over the 2024-25 MTEF. But our commitment goes beyond funding the glamour of major events. We understand the importance of nurturing our local talent and nurturing the institutions that build those talents. DCAS provides crucial support to community arts centers, museums, and libraries. We have invested in programs that provide opportunities for young artists to develop their talents, such as the Artist in School program, where we provide job opportunities for artists, art training for teachers, and access to structured art programs that are aligned to an approved arts curriculum. An example in point is the Butterfly Art Project in the Capricorn Vrygrond area. Also, the Western Cape Community Arts Centre strategy supports and strengthens community arts centres and affiliated community arts organisations through capacity building, supporting community arts development and arts infrastructure refurbishments. 2 weeks ago, I was at the Zabalaza Theatre Festival at the Baxter Theatre, where the department shows that it continues to support and ensure that community-based theatre practitioners can perfect their craft, create new audiences through delivering riveting theatre that speaks to the social challenges in our communities. Over the 24-25 MTEF, 45 projects will also be completed to develop and promote arts and culture in the province, and 195 arts and culture organizations, individuals, and companies will be supported through grant and aid funding. Strengthened community arts development will continue to contribute towards community wellness, safer environments, and personal development. And this will build a stronger social fabric in our working class communities. I'm encouraged that Ms. Cecilia Sani, the Director for Library Services, made a commitment in our last meeting that the department will look at establishing a Western Cape library for theatre, plays, and poetry. With that, through you, Honourable Speaker, I'd like to gift Minister Murray, as a contribution to this library, a signed copy of Pass Me a Meatball, published in 1977 by a Cape Town legend, Dr. James Matthews. A prime example of success in the arts is last week's Vlede Cup Theatre Awards. This prestigious award ceremony, also known as the Oscars of the theatre world in the Western Cape, held a ceremony that celebrates excellence in South African theatre. I want to take this opportunity to congratulate and acknowledge the phenomenal provincial and national talent that was recognized at the 2024 awards. Their dedication and artistry are a shining example of the flourishing cultural scene in the Western Cape. Thank you to the chairperson of the Vlede Cup judging panel, Mr. Afrika Malani, the CEO of the Baxter Theatre, Ms. Lara Foot, and Mr. Fahim Stellenboom for hosting the arts community at the Oscars of the Arts in Cape Town last weekend. They highlighted amazing theatre and talent practitioners, some of whom are in the gallery today. Furthermore, when it comes to archive services, we are hopeful that the department will get the planned upgrades to the archives. This enhancement is crucial for optimizing the management of our lived history, ensuring efficient retrieval of information. And as members of the committee who went to the archives tour that we did, We host both the archives for the Western Cape and the Eastern Cape provinces. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, although this provincial department is doing everything it can to promote cultural affairs and sports, I'm sad to see that the National Department continues to fail our artists and athletes. The National Department of Sports, Arts and Culture is riddled with mismanagement and indifference. Funding for the arts is slashed, community programs are neglected, and iconic institutions are left to decay. This neglect stifles the very essence of our nation's soul, our creativity, our heritage, and our sense of identity. While the Western Cape government will be spending billions over the next few years on improving arts and culture and sports in the Western Cape, the national ANC-run Department of Sports, Arts and Culture will be spending billions on changing the names of towns and roads. During this time of national austerity, our national government has just gazetted millions and millions in name changes that could have been done a lot cheaper. The Western Cape stands as a beacon of hope, a testament to what can be achieved when a government prioritizes and invests in cultural affairs and sports. We will continue advocating for even greater funding and investment into this department, ensuring that every artist, athlete, and cultural institution has the resources they need to thrive. We will continue fostering collaboration between government, cultural institutions, and the private sector, as well as our communities, to create a vibrant ecosystem that supports artistic expression and sporting excellence. We will also continue to shine as a national model, and we will share our model of success with the other provinces. And I'm hopeful, Honorable Deputy Speaker, we will inspire a national revival of arts and culture when we take up our seats in the union buildings. This department, Honorable Deputy Speaker, is not only successful on its own, it's effective through the partnerships with theatres in the metro, in our rural areas, and in our communities across the province. I want to specifically thank Dr. Marlene Leroux, the Chief Executive Officer of the Artscape Theatre, a theatre complex that is at the heartbeat of the performing arts sector in this province. Dr. Leroux is also the chairperson of the Chrysalis Academy, one of the most effective youth development institutions in our provincial arsenal to develop young people. Her commitment to the development of the arts and ensuring access for all through creating universal access for people living with disabilities is a project that she executed in partnership with the Western Cape government through the Department of Infrastructure. Honourable Speaker, through you, I would like to thank Dr. Leroux for her mentorship and for teaching me to be an activist first and foremost. Our journey is a personal one where she has acted as a wise mother and a mentor since my teenage years. Speaker, this has shown through the partnerships that we have with municipalities across the province, municipalities who are the custodians of sporting infrastructure and who get a grant from this provincial government to build sporting infrastructure. So if the honourable members opposite me would like to go and peruse the municipal budgets, they will find those expenditures there. A special thanks goes out to all municipalities that have collaborated with this department, especially those local authorities that spend the allocated money correctly and not those that lock out the chief librarians, as we've seen on Oversight. A very special thank you goes out to the mayoral committee member responsible for community services and health in the city of Cape Town, Councillor Patricia van der Ros, and the entire Council of Cape Town, represented by Alderman van der Merwe, for also topping up where they can. Speaker, I think we can all agree that Minister Andrew Murray has made an indelible contribution to the arts and culture sector in this province. Minister Murray, through you, Madam Speaker, I want to thank you for your collaboration with the Standing Committee and the open door policy that you have enabled for all members, even those you invite to boxing matches who have now taken up their seats in civil society. Deputy Speaker, through you, I'd like to extend my heartfelt thanks to the head of department, Mr. Guy Redman, for his collaborative approach to the work of the committee. Thank you, HOD, to you and your entire team for always ensuring that members of the committee are invited to see and to celebrate with the sports people and the artists from this province when the department honors them annually. Speaker, I would like to also take this opportunity, Deputy Speaker, to thank the staff of the Provincial Parliament, specifically the teams in logistics services, singling out Mr. Anwar Barnes for always ensuring that our committee arrived safely at our oversight events. To the Public Education and Outreach Unit for their collaboration on public hearings. To Ms. Miriam Stierman in the library for always making sure that we are well equipped with the correct research and that the library is an open resource for members. I want to highlight and single out Mr. Wasim Matthews, our amazing and dedicated procedural officer. We appreciate your hard work and we value your work. Through you, Honourable Speaker, to the new Honourable Harris, there were 2 chairs in the Standing Committee on Community Safety, Cultural Affairs and Sports, now known as the Standing Committee on Police Oversight, Community Safety, Cultural Affairs and Sports. Like there were many members of the ANC on that committee, there were 2 chairs. Speaker, I want to thank the dedicated members of our committee, the many that we've had. Many of them have become friends, or some of them, as they call themselves, have become frenemies who don't want to be our friends. But your commitment as members of the committee, your commitment to not just sports, arts and culture has come through when we were able to leave our political hats outside the commies and we debate the issues that affect our community. Your commitment to your constituencies has ensured that we do meaningful oversight. I want to celebrate and thank you, and I'll follow the minister's example and say to the former chairperson, now Minister Regan Allen, you were a tough act to follow and a funny man. Member Bartman, your commitment to the development of the young people in Beaufort West and Laingsburg is inspiring. Member Barnes, my friend, you are a champion and passionate advocate for the work of young people and the people of Beaufort West. I appreciate you and I look forward to seeing you on the front benches next term. Member Van Vogel, my frenemy, we have had our differences, but you have shown us that the rural women of the Western Cape must always be included, and I appreciate you. To Member Marais, and I was about to say Member Marais because we always get Member Murray, Honourable Marais, the Minister, and Mr. Peter Marais confused. Although, Honourable Marais, we disagree on many points, and we have very different ideological outlooks, I want to say that I appreciate your eager and kind, wise counsel, and for always fighting for the indigenous people of the Western Cape and the preservation of the Afrikaans language. You've been here the longest, and we wish you well in your retirement, if you choose to retire or come back. Member Kama, who is unfortunately no longer part of this House. Member Kama, through the Honourable Deputy Speaker, thank you for being a friend and for always doing your best to hold the Cultural Affairs and Sports Committee accountable, even when they swapped you around countless times. I want to also, Deputy Speaker, thank the late Honourable Botha, a friend, a mentor, and one of the most passionate advocates for rural women. I want to give thanks to Honourable Botha for guiding this committee through turbulent times sometimes. Member Christians, Member Allen would remember, there was a former minister and Member Christians who banged tables at one of our first committee meetings when I arrived here. Member Botha put that to a stop with one simple look, and it ended. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, through you, I want to give a special thanks to Ms. Eslyn Apollos, a former researcher in the DAWCPP, and now working in the MACO member's office in the city of Cape Town, extending the work that she's done, supporting me and supporting this committee. When I arrived, very green, very eager, and a little too excited on the 5th floor of the WCPP. Speaker, you know, I was told recently during a conversation with a good American politician, a very famous American politician, we often, as politicians, don't highlight our speechwriters, our researchers, and our staff enough. And I want to thank the people who make sure that we are always well prepared and always make me look good. My research intern, Ms. Latita Nyati, thank you for your hard work and dedication to the DCAS portfolio. And to Mr. Anton van Zyl sitting up there, my former DCAS researcher, who I can call on any day to look at something, to attend an event, and to make sure that communities are represented. We appreciate and value you. Honorable Speaker, Deputy Speaker, I got the thank yous out of the way because I believe that as politicians, we are entitled to our own opinions, but we are not entitled to our own facts. And we must always be honest with our communities because those are the people we are here to serve. As a young man, through you, Honorable Speaker, to Member Harris, from a poor working class community, I am grateful for the programs and support of the Department of Cultural Affairs and Sports. I wish that one day we will have a national government that is able to mainstream arts, culture, and sports instead of channeling youth development through the arts to a presidential stimulus project. Because we know when you have to stimulate something, it means the line department and the minister has failed. Maybe a performance agreement signed when the person takes the job after the next election or before would help the president to determine what the key priorities are, because this sector has suffered. And we must acknowledge that during COVID, this sector suffered more than others. We had artists who died languishing in poverty because the national government institutions could not pay grants in time. Honorable Speaker, I'm dismayed that national grants were cut and the provincial government gets blamed. I'm dismayed because we've read the Blue Book. Page 696, we understand that when we've read the strategic plan, that the department has so creatively put even in little sidebars that the DCAS as a department has allocated more than 473 million over the 2024 MTEF for youth programs. This department is pioneering youth development in the program. Member Harris, through you, Honorable Deputy Speaker, when you arrived 2 weeks ago for our budget debate, Ms. Jackie Bull told the committee that the department is in the process of evaluating all youth development programs for efficacy and improvement. And I invite you in your next term to stay on our committee so that you can help shape what those programs need to look like. Because it's important that when we criticize, we also offer solutions, which I'm glad you did today, ma'am. I really want to say to the colleagues opposite me, this role requires to be collaborative. It requires you to read more than just the budget, but to peruse documents outside of the department as well. The archives is open for anybody, open every day. Through you, Honorable Speaker, I want to just again highlight that the newspapers were wrong. As I said now, the department spent more than 473 million on youth development. So maybe if I can send you that parliamentary question through you, Honorable Speaker, we can help Ms. Harris to prepare for her next budget speech. For those of us who regularly visit Beaufort West, and I can tell you I've been to Beaufort West more times than any other place in this province besides Kanaland. The libraries in Beaufort West are open. Libraries in plural. The people of Beaufort West are excited. The young people of Beaufort West are at Chrysalis. The young people of Beaufort West are at Stellenbosch, studying to become teachers. When we go there, they tell us we have stumbling blocks. We are forgotten. Our government, local government hates us, but we are here. We will see later this month at the Suidoosterfees a young, vibrant theatre group from Beaufort West at the Artscape. Please do join us. Speaker, I have to conclude because it's early and we left quite late last night. And I do want members to get on the road for all the canvassing and Easter eggs that we have to hand out. But I want to ask members that as you enjoy Easter and as you campaign, look at what theatre productions are happening, look at what community festivals are happening, and try to attend. What we saw this afternoon in the lobby as well as downstairs, is just a small taste of what's happening in our communities every weekend. The arts is restorative, it helps us relax, and it inspires creativity. And every time when you attend a performance, look out for the DCAS banner, look out for Ms. Carol van Wyk, one of the departmental officials, look out for Dr. Marlene Leroux, and look out for the City of Cape Town or the local authorities logo, because you'll see it there. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, the Western Cape offers a compelling alternative. It's a narrative that we have carefully developed by collating our key priorities: jobs, safety, growth. Jobs, safety, growth. And DCAS does that. It creates employment opportunities, whether it's through Year Beyond or whether it is through formal jobs in the theatre and sporting sector. DCAS provides safe spaces through after-school programs, through choral music programs, as the Minister highlighted earlier. And DCAS also grows the economy through festivals and through the theatre productions. Speaker, I can't tell you how many people have messaged me this week to ask, can you get me into Mamma Mia? People want to be in the theatres, but we need to get to a position where we are able to create enough jobs so that people can buy tickets to go and see not just the big productions, but also our community productions. We are a province, Deputy Speaker, that cherishes creativity. We're a province with a sporting spirit and a cultural heritage that is internationally known. We are a province that invests in its people and reaps the rewards in a thriving cultural and sports landscape. Let us all join hands and ensure that the Western Cape remains the crown jewel of South Africa in terms of arts, culture, and sports. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I support Vote 13, Cultural Affairs and Sports, and I invite all honourable members to do the same. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Bosman. I now recognise the Honourable Minister Murray.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Baie dankie vir elkeen se bydrae. Jy weet, ons dink altyd dat sport en kultuur is maar sommer net so wishy-washy departement. But we are the fabric of South Africa. First of all, I want to mention what I've neglected to say is that Jabbar, he got a SAFTA, South African Film and Television Award for the Best Disabilities Producer and TV Presenter in South Africa, all the way from the Western Cape. Congratulations again. Then I want to mention, baie dankie, achtbare Gillian Bosman, vir jou altyd eerlike en konstruktiewe oorsig en ondersteuning. En ek wil vir jou sê, dit wat jy vandag genoem het, weet ek kom uit jou hart uit. En baie, baie dankie vir daai ondersteuning en daai geweldige oorsig wat jy oor ons gehad het. Ek weet nie of almal verstaan nie, dat die staande komitee het oorsig oor die minister en die departement. En dankie dat jy ons op ons tone gehou het, saam met die staande komitee. Baie dankie daarvoor. Dan wil ek sê aan achtbare Pieter Maree, the Khoi and Griqua Culture Councils account for 25 of the 35 councils registered with the Western Cape Culture Committee. In 2023-24, we invited applications for funding support from the registered culture councils. We received only 9 applications and we supported all 9. And the priority of our funding is to ensure the sustainability of culture programs and activities, as well as to support development initiatives. We strive to support projects that are beneficial to all cultures and that promote social cohesion and integration. Dan wil ek net noem, the department regards citizen die riviere as a crucial element of building a socially inclusive Western Cape and views this intervention as a catalyst to build the relationships and mutual respect between different communities in the region. En verder wil ek net noem, baie dankie, agbare Harris. Ek weet dit is 'n nuance toespraak en ons moenie eintlik daarop negatiewe kommentaar lewer of kommentaar lewer nie. But I have to say that one thing that I agree with you, this department is unfunded. And as you mentioned, the situation is worsened by the in-year budget cuts by the inept ANC government, which our government is rightly challenging. Then also the wage increases were not funded by the National Treasury. We had to find 27 million to absorb the wage increase from the province, not from national. And fiscal consolidation was implemented by the national government, as I mentioned, which resulted in budget decline. And it was devastating, but we rise above that and we can continue with our programs. And then Schedule 5 of the Constitution of 1996 has placed municipalities in the mandate. The department only assists with upgrading or construction of infrastructure, sport infrastructure in our areas. And then the youth mod program, as we said, is also not funded by the national grants, but funded by the province. And libraries as a safe space. Our libraries play very important, as we know, role of providing safe spaces in our communities. For an unemployed, the library provides free computers with internet access to search for employment and apply for jobs. For homeless patrons, a library provides shelter from the elements. For the bullied, it provides sanctuary. For recovering addicts, it provides resources and activities in substance-free environment. And for parents and children, it provides a space where children are monitored and safe. And then internet access of public libraries. 333 provide free internet access. 232 through the Department of Rural Library Connectivity Project and 101 through the City of Cape Town Smart Cape. Of the 42 that does not currently provide free internet access, 13 are service points in correctional services which do not allow internet services. Of the remaining 29, many of these either do not have adequate space, security, or network infrastructure. And then the last on libraries, I think I've said everything about the library. And then there was some mention about what happens to the youth who were in a program in 2023. They have exited the program. 2/3 have already secured their next opportunity, and 1/3 continue to be supported to secure their next opportunity. And I also want to mention that from the rural program, 55% of our program, sport programs, is rural impact. School sport is 57% is rural. The mod program, 47% is rural. Recreation, 60% is rural. And shared facilities, 60% is also rural. And I think that is more or less the most that you've been mentioned that's a challenge. Then ter afsluiting, meneer Deputy Speaker en agbare lede, every member of Team DCAS is a purifier of hope. That is what we deal in. I thank each and every participant in this debate today and every member of the public on the gallery. As Eddie Grant showed us in Give Me Hope, Joanna, let us give hope, hope until the morning comes. Dankie, thank you, Nkosi.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister Marais. That concludes the debate on this vote. I will just give a moment for our guests to leave the chambers should they so wish, but we won't break, so we'll continue to go on ahead. Just give us some minutes. Thank you very much. Honourable members, if we can take our seats, please. Thank you very much. And thank you to the beautiful music. Thank you so much. Right, we are now moving on. I will ask the secretary to read the second order of the day.
Debate on vote 6, Health and Wellness, Western Cape Appropriation Bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. I now recognize the Honourable Minister Mbombo.
Deputy Speaker, the Premier and Chair, my colleagues, Cabinet Ministers, my colleagues in the House, Leader of the Opposition, everyone, member of the Western Cape Provincial Parliament, the Department officials, some of them, they might be online. Thank you very much, members of the media, and specifically the residents of the Western Cape. Honorable Deputy Speaker, I would like to take this House first on a history lesson and begin my speech by speaking to the Pantheon, the iconic landmark in Rome. Built nearly 2 millennia ago, the Pantheon stands as a marvel of architectural achievement. Commissioned by Marcus Agrippa in 27 BC and later rebuilt by the Emperor Hadrian around 26 AD, the Pantheon was dedicated to the worship of the Roman gods. But what sets the Pantheon apart from other ancient structures is not just its grandeur or its historical significance. It is the remarkable fact that this architectural masterpiece has endured the passage of time. The secret to the Pantheon's longevity lies in its construction, particularly the innovative use of Roman concrete. Unlike the modern concrete, which needs consistent repairs, this ancient building material composed of lime, volcanic ash, and aggregate proved to be a game changer in the realm of architecture. The Pantheon's iconic dome, one of the largest of this kind in the world, owes its strength and durability to its remarkable material. Built without the use of modern reinforcement techniques, the dome stands as a testament to the resilience and engineering prowess of ancient Rome. Many ancient structures around the world, Deputy Speaker, like the Temple of Luxor in Egypt, like the Taj Mahal in India, or the Great Mosque of Janneh in Mali, have stood for hundreds, if not thousands of years due to the way they were built. Like these buildings, Deputy Speaker, the endurance and reputation of Western Cape Health System is not by accident. It is by design. We invested and we put effort in it. The crux, Deputy Speaker, is to strengthen the whole system. Each block, the World Health Organization talks about the health system is made of health systems. Those blocks include, there are leadership and governance, the human resource as a system, health information system, health financing system. The access to medicines and other pharmaceutical products is a system. And the service delivery that you provide, they are part of the system that are being influenced by all of these building blocks. For years, Deputy Speaker, we have invested in our foundations, ensure that our facilities and management teams are composed of quality people and assets, and that our organization is structured optimally to face the current demands of a modern world requiring to strengthen all the building blocks. But that doesn't mean we're operating in a perfect world, Deputy Speaker, where our department is operating perfectly. Like the Pantheon, Honorable Speaker, we have endured countless crises. Talking about the crisis, the poly crisis, for the past years, the Western Cape and more broadly, the whole world had to encounter and internalize several shocks on multiple fronts. For health and wellness, these include climate-related events such as the droughts, the fires, the floods, the disease outbreaks like the COVID, We've grappled with the geopolitical ramifications of conflicts in regions like Ukraine, the Gaza, the Sudan, which have had far-reaching economic implications. Social instability characterized by instances of social unrest, taxi violence, and rising cost of living have further compounded our challenges. Technological threats such as cyber attacks and risk associated with artificial intelligence have been added to our concerns. Moreover, Deputy Speaker, the persistent issue of load shedding has underscored the fragility of our energy supply, while economic downturns and fiscal risk have posed significant hurdles to our prosperity. The South African triple challenges of unemployment, poverty and inequality, and other socio-econo-political and commercial determinants of health impact on us. Honorable Deputy Speaker, while our department is being stretched thin in these circumstances, we cannot and have not remained idle in such circumstances. We do communicate, engage constantly with our stakeholders from private, organized labor, that is the unions, civil society, communities, and recently we have hosted a multi-sectoral engagement with local governments and also our statutory bodies in order to contextualize the challenging facing us. And also we spoke to how these will be mitigated going forward as part of the campaign of the Unzipping the Western Cape Health Pass. Out of all clinic committees and hospital boards, 94% are constituted across the province. And Deputy Speaker, we will be taking the conversation at ward levels so that communities know how the upcoming budget period will affect their respective facilities. Deputy Speaker, I want to speak about the built environment. Investment into critical infrastructure has been a key priority for health and wellness. Over the past 5 years, one of our primary focuses has been to ensure that our infrastructure remains modern, safe to use, and effective in rendering health services to communities. Currently, our projects include the renovations and rehabilitations at Stellenbosch Hospital, the fire compliance measures at Worcester Hospital, the construction of the new Ladysmith Clinic, the new obstetric theatre in Paarl Hospital's maternity unit, the construction of 4 brand new acute psychiatry units at Khayelitsha, Eerste-Rivier, New Somerset, and Caledon hospitals. The brand new acute psychiatry units will alleviate the pressure on our health hospital platform because you don't only have to focus on the beds in the specialized hospital, but also have to create these psychiatric units to showcase that mental health does matter. In total, these projects, these ones, equate to about 279 million. The replacement of Villiers-Dorp EMS station, the upgrades and additions being made to the Bothasek CDC, it's just one of many examples. Additional, Deputy Speaker, our health technology projects include a total of 117 projects currently in planning, 40, they are in the procurement stage, 9 were already being commissioned, and 51 that are already in the exit evaluation stage. We also, Deputy Speaker, have what we call the face of government projects, which we have now increased these to 520 interventions, with the committed budget now being close to about 30 million, which is at this stage, we have already made use of about 30% of that budget. These resources are being used like to fix windows, install the afdake or the shelters for patients waiting queues, and improve also the appearance of our facilities because the front house is important. Earlier this year, I've opened the 34 million Neisner Forensic Pathology Lab. The new facility has resulted in improving service delivery by offering improved medical legal support to investigations for the justice system, and also improve and dignified public experience with an appropriate public interface and bereavement space, as well as an overall improved staff morale. In a few months' time, Speaker, I will be officially opening the observatory, which is in Salt River, the Forensic Pathology Institute, which is about the value of 300 million, and can also accommodate more than 400 bodies that are there, but the details will happen when I'm opening it. As the speaker, recently I inspected the Tigerberg Central Laundry, which received a total renovation of 137 million, which includes 3 washing units, which allows it to cater for 64 health facilities in the metro and also in the entire Cape Winelands. This also contributes in also reducing carbon emission, those washing units, which is actually what is supposed to happen in terms of contributing positively towards the climate change and energy renewals. Speaking about Tigerberg, Speaker, our commitment to the new Tigerberg Tertiary and also to the Bella Regional Hospitals still remain resolute. 2 of those projects, and you add Klepfontein stroke Joster Hospital, these are the projects that worth more than 16 billion and will greatly capacitate our level 2 and level 3 platforms in the Western Cape. In terms of the Bella Hospital, Regional Hospital specifically, work has since commenced with a project briefing. It was done on the 30th of October 2023, and now we have been having conversations with the City of Cape Town to secure assistance in order specifically to relocate and redirect sewer lines that have been installed there for a neighboring housing development in order for the project to continue. That is for the Bella. From this, we have also created a joint task team in order to streamline the administrative processes going forward so that these 3 hospitals that will be built in the metro, we could be able to fast track. Again, I repeat, they 3 of them cost about 16 billion. On the Klepfontein Regional Hospital, Honorable Speaker, otherwise known as Jeff Joster, the concept design is in progress with the consultants working with the site development plan and layouts. We anticipate these to be completed by the August of 2024. On energy resilience, Honorable Speaker, I've made it very clear that healthcare services cannot be switched on and off like a light bulb. Lives quite literally depend on a steady supply of electricity. In addition to maintaining 185 generators at our large facility, we have installed 47 inverters at rural clinics and will continue to roll out this program into the future. This means that even in our most distant communities, our healthcare facilities still have electricity. In an effort to be greener and more cost-effective, 13 of our hospitals will receive solar panels this year, while our hospitals have generators, all of them. The solar panels will save our facilities from having to spend millions and millions of rands every month on diesel. And this will free up resources for where they are needed most. This project has been allocated about 73 million rand over the next 2 years. Now, going to the other issue, Deputy Speaker, on social determinants of health. One of the most impactful factors is that of a crime. 2 years ago, the Premier made announcements on violence prevention unit that will be established in the Department of Health and Wellness. Following my previous budget speeches, the VPU has been capacitated and is providing safety stakeholders both in government and civil society with these tailored evidence-based intervention for their communities based off using the local data and also trends in those areas. Now, the progress, Speaker, 12 VPU coordinators, violence prevention unit coordinators across the 18 area-based teams are working in those areas with the stakeholders. There will be more, although there are 18, but there are those that are still yet to be launched. And they're working with these stakeholders across the province, across the district. This is a commitment we will continue to expand specifically with nearly 94 million rand being spent on VPU in terms of district health services over the MTEF. Speaker, health needs to be constantly evolving in order to provide the right care to our patients. Now I want to talk about the telehealth innovations. And we need to stay abreast with the constant development of technology. One such example, which has been mentioned over and over, I think this started from the Premier, that our tele-ICU robot in George, which connects specialists in Grooteskier with doctors in George without having to transport patients or clinicians more than 400 kilometers for a consultation, is one of those that we can brag about. We're the only one in the country, by the way. But that is not the only innovation we have. We are the only health department to be licensed by the South African Civil Aviation Authority to operate drones by the EMS, which are used in our search and rescue operations. These allow for quicker findings in inaccessible areas where other vehicles will have been used. We currently have got 5 drones across the province that are saving lives on the daily basis. Of course, our Da Vinci robotic surgery systems have continued to perform and have conducted more than 550 surgeries since their commissioning. These are just few examples, Speaker. We have got some that include the cutting edge operations, the transplants, and all of those in our 3 universities. But more details, you can get them in the website. We came up with a video so that people could be able to see this. Speaker, the transitional care facilities, part of the service redesign post-COVID. We introduced transitional care as part of our service redesign to reduce service pressures from our acute hospital platform. Facilities such as Bracken Gate have now been transformed into transitional care facilities. This means that medical stable patients who are unable to be discharged from but do not require acute care could be able to fully recuperate without congesting the hospital platform. These subacute and step down and chronic medical hospitals will get allocation of 469 million in order to expand our transitional care platform. Speaker, now I want to talk briefly about our staff, the heartbeat of the health system. No staff, no health services. True, you Speaker, the Honorable Member Gerrit Pretorius recently, actually, he always reminds us that, I quote, state-of-the-art facilities mean nothing without the state-of-the-art staff. And I cannot agree more to that. Here in our province, we are investing in our own timber and producing quality healthcare professionals. 65.3 million has been allocated for the bursaries, with 204 million being also used to training our officials in the department. We have got the Western Cape College of Nursing, Speaker, the only public nursing college in South Africa to offer a bachelor's degree in nursing, as well as a postgraduate diploma courses. These are otherwise mostly offered in private institutions, like the universities as well, which proves how our college is creating quality healthcare staff and specialists. Through approval from the Nursing Council, and also now we're also with the diplomas, we are offering 7 discipline specialty programs within the diplomas: the perioperative nursing, the critical nursing, mental health nursing, trauma and emergency nursing, midwifery, primary care, orthopedic. The graduates from these programs then will be able to be allowed to be registered as nurse and midwife specialists. The Western Cape, Speaker, our second college, the College of Emergency Care, which some say is paramedics or the ambulance is emergency care, has also been accredited by the Council on Higher Education. It is accredited by the Health Professional Council of South Africa and now holds and could be able to provide a SAQA certificate to provide undergraduate emergency medical training. This college currently provides a higher certificate on emergency care at NQF level 5 and is awaiting accreditation to offer the diploma in emergency medical care and bachelor's degree. That's the only college in South Africa in the emergency care that does that. Going forward, Speaker, as I conclude this speech, we're in a period, of course, of business unusual. For us in health who adopted, health is everybody's business. We still have to continue with that. While that may be the case, we must also use our successes to buffer us going forward. As I mentioned, Speaker, we have introduced the cutting-edge technologies like the robotic surgeries, the telehealth initiative, the tele-ICU, the dashboard, the unique patient identifier, the hospital emergency information system. These are all part of making our services more efficient under the circumstances of the reduced resources and the budget cuts. And be Speaker, that the budget cuts, it's only the Western Cape and also the Gauteng, where last year their budgets have to be cut in terms of the equitable share. where the National Treasury was using the equitable resource allocation. Our efforts towards service design have equally put us in good stead, particularly, for example, the community-oriented primary care in relation to creating hospitals without walls, healthcare on wheels, the wellness hub. We have to do something differently because there's no money. The country doesn't have money. The poly-crisis, but more specifically, the South African fiscal cliff and also the triple challenges we have. They impacting the department, incentivize even more to put it in the necessary changes for us to quickly achieve universal health coverage. It is a must to have to go towards universal health coverage and also improve our human development index outcomes, which is the department is focusing on that aspect as well. But we cannot only focus on the present. We have to focus on the future, e.g. on the impact on the climate change and so forth. The department has joined, for example, already joined the Global Green and Healthy Hospitals, which is an international network of more than 68,000 hospitals, healthcare facilities, health system, and healthcare organizations dedicated to reducing the environmental footprint and promoting public environmental health. To date, we have won many awards, I think 2 for climate change, 1 for climate change resilience, and also leadership in the greenhouse reduction. This is in addition to many other awards which I've mentioned here previously, because I don't want to plagiarize myself in the previous speeches. This is healthcare without harm, Speaker, this Green Hospital, Global Green. And also what we also were busy with is what we call the One Health, where we're striving to ensure that we don't only look at the health of the humans, but also the health of the plants and the health of the animals, because all of these impact on health as well. Also, Speaker, with the challenges that we have to show that we work with all others. And also the system has to keep on evolving, like the ecosystem that we have adopted to as part of the service redesign, but also to do things differently as we move the times and working with everyone, leaving no one behind. Having said that, Speaker, now I will want to table the budget. I have the honor of tabling the budget of 2024-25 for the Western Cape Department of Health and Wellness, amounting to 30.489 billion. In comparison to the revised estimate of 2023-24, Speaker, this represents an overall nominal increase of 658.32 million, or a 2.21 in terms of the increase, nominal increase. The increase, this sounds substantial and may seem like an additional allocation that remedies the constrained fiscal climate every department is facing. The principles and assumptions for the allocations are based on the compensation of the employees, Speaker. This doesn't consider this aspect of the inflation. The inflator for COE has been reduced by approximately 2.73% and translates to around about 1,300 fewer headcounts because there's no money. For goods and services, all inflators have been reduced to 0%. These are the principles. When accounting for the increases in the prices of electricity, we don't get additional money for the electricity, no grant for such. For the food, I made an example of how the war's impact on the food prices, the oils and everything, the wheat, the transport, as well as clinical goods and services. This means that our budget for such items will face immense pressure over this financial year. The other principle, Speaker, for transfer and subsidies, payment for capital assets and service expansion, there has been no allocation for the inflation for over the next 3 years. Ayikho imali. The health sector has still, the health sector budget, actually the allocation of this budget to the health sector in total, you'll find that there hasn't been any improvement in terms of the National Treasury putting money on the health sector on its totality. I feel sorry for the next National Health Minister. The projected shortfall of 807 million, which is albeit 2.65% of the main allocation for the upcoming financial year, should not be seen as a misnomer, Speaker. A figure like this has the potential to be destabilizing factor to a chronically underfunded health system and can represent the final storm that finally breaks the walls and foundations of the building upon which we all depend for our health. So for the financial year, the total appropriation for the vote 6, program 1 has been allocated 947, program 2 for the district health services has been allocated 12.6 billion. Oh, that one is a million. It has been reduced. That is administration. Program 2 is a 12.6 billion district health services. Program 3, emergency medical services. I'm rounding off the figures, 1.3 billion. Program 4, provincial health services, 4.9 billion. Program 5, the central hospitals has been allocated 81 billion. Program 6, which is the health sciences and training, 429 million. Program 7, healthcare support services, 661. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, just checking. Program 8, 1.3 billion. Having said, Speaker, again, I still indicate that there has been no nominal increase, but this is what we have to allocate. As the world around us is fast changing, creating challenges for many to adapt and survive, let us remember back to the Pantheon. We have built in the Western Cape, we have built this Pantheon. Our Pantheon has stood strong against many crises and scenarios that have posed as risks to destabilize the whole sector. While we'll be required to continue to change and evolve over time, we have established a strong core that is made up of quality characteristics and stands as a testament who we are. Our Pantheon, Speaker, is a legacy that needs to be protected, and it is the foundation of our future successes. We should not only assist healthcare in the Western Cape, but for all of the South Africa. I hereby table the budget 24-25 for the Department of Health and Wellness. I thank you.
Baie dankie, agbare minister. I recognize the Honorable Van Vogel. You need the podium. Honorable Barnes, Honorable Van Vogel is on the floor. Colleagues, just give us one moment. Thank you very much, agbare Van Vogel.
Thank you, Speaker. Goeiemôre, agbare lede en HOD en sy span, onze mense van McGregor wat inluister en onze mense in die hele Weskaap. Speaker, I rise on behalf of the African National Congress to vehemently reject the proposed budget for the Department of Health and Wellness in the Western Cape. This budget, purportedly intended to serve the needs of our most vulnerable citizens, is nothing short of a betrayal of trust and a dire threat to public health care in our province. This debate marks the end of the sixth administration, a period fraught with challenges, none more profound than the revenging effects of the COVID-19 pandemic on our health sector. Throughout this ordeal, our healthcare workers stand fast, risking their lives day in and day out to safeguard our communities. Yet, what recognition did they receive from this administration? Empty promises, contract terminations, and a careless disregard for their sacrifices. Let us be honest that the heroes and heroines of our healthcare systems, those who brave the front line of the COVID pandemic, deserve our utmost respect and gratitude. Yet this government has failed to acknowledge and honor their sacrifices, instead opting to discard them like expendable commodities. But this the disregard for our healthcare workers is merely the tip of the iceberg. Speaker, the budget we are asked to endorse today is symbolic of the utter lack of compassion and empathy within the corridors of power in the Western Cape government. Speaker, as we scrutinize the proposed budget, it becomes painful, apparent that it falls woefully short of addressing the pressing needs of our healthcare system. While the national government has increased funding, the Western Cape government persists in bemoaning and demanding more, a pattern we have observed since 2019. Instead of channeling efforts towards finding solutions to bolster the faltering public healthcare sector in the province, it seems the departments intend on concocting one excuse after another, whether it is the aftermath of COVID-19 or purported insufficient budget allocation cuts from the national government. Excuses abound. Honorable Speaker and members, let us not be fooled by hollow excuses and blame-shifting tactics. The worsening of public health care in the province is not an unavoidable outcome thrust upon us by external forces, but rather a consequence of deliberate decisions made by those in leadership within this department. A glaring example is the 78-year-old woman who had to wait for 10 hours for an ambulance to Easter Rivier Hospital, despite needing urgent medical care. The department is aware of this case as a complaint was lodged by one of the political parties in the province. Honorable Speaker, the HOD told us in the committee that if patients waited for 5 hours for an ambulance, then they must be prepared to wait for 6 hours this year. We say to the HOD, no, things don't have to be like that. The budget for emergency medical services increased by 1.57% to 1.378 billion. Use the money to buy more ambulances and additional personnel. The department's budget for the 2024-25 financial year is increased by over 658 million to 30.5 billion. The ANC welcomed this, especially the additional allocation for both equitable shares and conditional grants. Despite these increased grievances persist. Speaker, listening to the MEC, one would swear this is the only department affected by the wage agreement. Health and education are the only departments funded for the 2023 wage agreement, receiving 70% and 64.5% respectively. While all other departments' services must absorb the full cost of the wage agreement. The department is now sounding alarm bells about service pressure due to budget pressure as a result of the wage agreement. Speaker, make no mistake, the collapse of public health care in our province is not the result of insufficient funding from the national government, but rather consequence of poor planning and negligence on the part of this administration. To see the negligence, you must visit McGregor Clinic as well as Robertson Hospital. I visited these facilities on the 19th of March this year, where I heard about poor services. Our people are dying in these facilities. Maricia Kulait, a terminally ill patient, died in Robertson because he could not be transferred to Worcester Hospital because there were no available beds. This has been people's life experience in the province for many years. They did not start last year with the wage agreement. Despite the provincial government pledge to shield frontline services from budget cuts, we are confronted with a litany of reduction to vital programs and services. Budget allocation for nutrition, community health clinics and district hospitals are all decreased in program 2. The very lifeline on which the elderly and the poor depends are systematically dismantled under the guise of fiscal prudence. Hospital like Kailicha and Mrs. Plain District Hospital, already strained under immense service pressure, will bear the brunt of these cuts, leaving patients languishing for days on floors and chairs. Allocations for Central Hospital, TB hospitals, and General Regional Hospital all decreased, as well as the budget for Program 8 responsible for health, infrastructure, and development. Speaker, we cannot stress this point enough. Patients are languishing for days, sleeping on floors, and enduring suffering, not due to national budget cuts, but due to the cross-management and negligence of this department. This place, the basic human rights to quality healthcare of individuals like Ansara, residing in the rural outskirts at risk due to the careless administration. Ansara will have to wait even longer in clinics and hospitals to see a doctor. That is because the department intended to reduce its personnel from over 34,000 workers to 33,389 by 2026-2027 financial year. At a time when services prices are at an all-time high, when our hospitals are inundated with patients in need of care, this government response is to diminish the very workforce entrusted with saving life. The ANC vehemently oppose these careless measures and will fight tooth and nail to protect the interests of our healthcare workers and the community they serve. And what of the promise Klipfontein Regional Hospital that closed down over a decade ago by this very DA government? We were assured it will be rebuilt and commissioned by 2019, yet here we stand with a deadline postponed to 2035 in the budget. How many more years must the people of Klipfontein wait for their basic rights to healthcare to be reinstated? How many more excuses will the administrator come up with to justify its failures? Speaker, by the negligence doesn't end there. Last year, during an oversight visit to Vanguard Community Healthcare Center, we witnessed firsthand the dire condition facing our communities. Patient folders thrown in corridors, in a quote facility, and a complete lack of urgency from this department to address these issues. Now, as we scrutinize the budget for the coming year, we find these critical concerns largely disregarded, as the facility is not on this year's infrastructure plan for the department. Speaker, over the 2024 MTF, the Violence Prevention Unit is allocated 93.823 million. Amidst budget cuts, the DA government has showcased a remarkable ability to find additional funds for certain programs prioritized. The allocation for resources to initiatives like the Violence Prevention Unit speak volumes about the DA's capacity to act when it deems necessary. Yet, as we witness the strain on our public healthcare system, the question begs to be asked: why is the provincial government not directing similar urgency and resources to save it from collapse? Our home and community-based care workers, who have ties made over 32.2 million client contacts between April 2019 and January 2024, deserve more than mere acknowledgement. They deserve better working conditions and fair compensation for the invaluable services. We reiterate our call to the MEC for fair remuneration of these dedicated workers. Speaker and honorable members, mental well-being is a cornerstone of overall health and cannot be neglected. The allocated budget of 258.3 million over the 2024 MTF falls short in addressing the gravity of the situation, particularly evident in the strain mental health patients place on our hospitals. More resources are needed to address this challenge. The building of an acute psychiatric unit in Kailicha is a step in the right direction, but we must not stop there. We must address the major challenge facing the facility, as we saw for ourselves when we visited the hospital last year. Furthermore, while the allocation of 73 million for PV system in the health building is commendable, we urge prioritization for facilities in poor working class community like the KD8 and Mitchell's Plain. The ANC rejects this budget in its entirety. It is an anti-poor, anti-worker, anti-humanitarian. It is a budget that prioritizes profit over people, politics over principle, and careless indifferences over compassionate action. We cannot in good conscience endorse a budget that condemns our most vulnerable citizens to suffer and despair. In conclusion, Speaker, the ANC stand with the people of the Western Cape in their fight for quality healthcare, dignity and justice. That is why we passed the NHI bill in Parliament, in National Parliament this year. We will not rest until every Auntie Sarah, every elderly person, every vulnerable individual in our province receive the care and support they deserve. We will not rest until this DA government is held accountable for its failures, its negligence, and the betrayal of trust. The time for excuses and half measures is over. The people of the Western Cape deserve better, and it's our duty to deliver. Lastly, Speaker, I want to say to the department that while the notion of one health priorities is noble, focusing on collaboration across human veterinary and environmental health sectors, our primary concern should remain the well-being of our citizens. The MSC must defer the complexity of veterinary and environmental health to those specialized in those fields. Then, Speaker, I want to thank our HOD and the entire staff of the Department of Health and Wellness for their hard work. Then lastly, the chairperson of our committee with his most calm voice. Wanneer ek baie woelig is, dan bring hy my af. Hy daai calm voice, ek het vir hom gevra wat ek nie 'n aanbieder op die radiostasie wees nie. So baie dankie Chair vir jou werk. MEC, ons beklei nou en dan, maar ek dink ons albei se prioriteit is om ons mense te dien. So I humbly request that you relook at our budget and take my proposals to heart. I thank you.
Baie dankie, agbare Windvogel. The next honourable member is on the virtual platform, and I recognize the Honourable Kasim.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the EFF is concerned about the ongoing so-called hiring freeze, which continues to take place in the Western Cape, mostly affecting Grootes Care Hospital and Red Cross Children's Hospital. The freeze has been implemented on critical medical posts, which includes doctors, registrars, doctors in training, specialist posts, as well as nursing staff. Speaker, these hospitals affected are the largest in the province, and they normally assist a lot of people. And the freezing of critical medical posts in these hospitals is already being felt by communities which utilize these hospitals for medical assistance daily. Speaker, the situation in the province is made even worse by the fact that in 2013, JF Jooste Hospital was decommissioned, and since then there has never been a replacement. The Western Cape Provincial government promised to build a new replacement hospital and to complete it by 2019. However, to date, there is no replacement hospital, and what we are told is that there is a plan somewhere in the pipeline which will be implemented one day when funds are available. Speaker, the provincial government is taking our people for granted. JF Jooste Hospital used to serve the Klipfontein area communities, which include Manenberg, Guguletu, and Nyanga. So to now start decommissioning hospitals and then later start freezing critical medical posts in some of our largest hospitals in the province is a spit in the face of our poor people. And all this is only happening because those affected are poor, coloured, and African people from townships who do not matter much to the DA government. Speaker, since our hospitals are also struggling, clinics in our communities need to start operating 24 hours a day so that our people can start getting medical assistance and in areas close to them. Most of our people are poor and unemployed, and some do not even have taxi fare to go and seek that medical assistance from hospitals which are usually very far from them. Speaker, once our clinics start operating for 24 hours, we will also need these clinics to have their own ambulance in order to respond to emergency calls from communities around the Western Cape. We cannot have clinics with long queues, and by 3 p.m. on the same day, those who have not received medical assistance yet are turned back and told to come the next day, among other issues that they are faced with in their communities. So, Speaker, in conclusion, until all of the above has taken place, the EFF will not be supporting this budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Kasim. I recognize the Honourable Little.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. In the realm of healthcare, the Premier fails to address the closure of vital healthcare facilities like the JF Jooste Hospital and prolonged the delay in the construction of new facilities like the Atlantis underscores the government's disregard for the health and well-being of the underprivileged. Not a word about Atlantis that was promised a new facility. In 2021, Good suggested that 2 existing immunization clinics in Atlantis be transferred to the Provincial Department and for them to be transitioned into fully fledged healthcare clinics. However, the task team was informed that this process has not yet been implemented and that the budget cuts were as a result of stagnation of progress. 60,000 strong community is currently serviced by 28-bed hospital, which is clearly inadequate. During an oversight visit in Atlantis, residents told Good they felt neglected because of the poor service they received at the Westfield Hospital, which has been housed in temporary facilities over the past 40 years. The Western Cape government promised to build a permanent 150-bed facility with adequate medical staff and equipment to accommodate the influx of patients. In a statement to residents in February 2021, the DA Council then asked about a particular parcel of land for housing, said that the land was unavailable as it was allocated for a hospital. She went on further to say it is a reality now. Yet a letter from the department late last year to the Atlantis Community Committee stated that the site still had not been identified. This particular site was identified 40 years ago for a permanent hospital, and it is behind the School of Skills if nobody knows where it is. It belongs to the city and it would have been transferred or sold to the province. Yesterday, we heard the MEC for Health stating that the system has failed. I would like to remind
Honourable
MEC
Little,
that
please
this system
conclude.
has
Your
been
time has
in
expired.
your hands for the part of your party to manage for the past 15 years, and its failure is
Thank
all
you very
yours.
much,
Thank
Honourable
you.
Little. I now recognize the Honourable Pretorius.
Honourable Speaker, I will try my best not to duplicate and overlap too much with what my Minister had to say. Because I think it's important that what I do add is for the record. Last month, Speaker, the Premier delivered his State of Province address, and during that speech, he characterized the Western Cape, and I'll quote, as a province that is working and striving for better every day. And I will be forgiven, Speaker, for suggesting that in the health space, our very dedicated and committed officials live up to this mantra every day. Health is often a difficult sector in which to work. Our health workers work or deal with some of the most emotionally charged and difficult situations it is possible to face in public service. And sadly, Speaker, the constantly constricting fiscal envelope in this country has curtailed the tools that they often have available to do their important work. Happily, Speaker, this budget makes the hard and necessary sacrifices to keep our health system afloat and to continue to give our healthcare workers equipped to do their jobs and keep our people healthy. However, I want to emphasize that the fact that this department, under the leadership of Minister Mbombo, has been required to be smarter and more efficient than ever before to make limited resources go the distance. Thankfully, the allocations contained in this budget prove beyond any doubt that this department is up to the task. In accordance with the revised medium-term strategic framework for the period 2019 to 24, the department continues to focus on eliminating, avoiding and avoidable and preventable deaths, and promoting wellness and preventing and managing illness, transforming health systems, improving the patient experience, and mitigating social factors determining ill health. In 2024-25, the priorities that the department will be pursuing are informed by the Provincial Strategic Plan, as well as Minister Mbombo's often repeated and ever-present phrase, and I quote, "Health is everybody's business," unquote. Speaker, in the modern world, there's one concept that no institution, and especially healthcare, dare ignore, especially when increasing fiscal constraints have become a key challenge to healthcare service delivery. Speaker, that word is innovation. And even the most cursory reading of this budget reveals that this concept has been baked into every level of this department's operations. As the Premier noted in his SOPA speech, and I quote again, our healthcare system is another example of innovation and partnership. Our partnerships with the universities in this province and commitment to excellence and innovation mean that we host the only public sector hospitals on the African continent that do robotic surgeries, unquote. What these initiatives demonstrate, Speaker, is the lengths to which this department will go to mobilize technology against the problems faced in the health sector. The tele-ICU project that the Minister referred to leverages the expertise of our best doctors and medical professionals across geographical boundaries, with the result being better, more expert care for our patients. We see this focus on innovation and technology again in the department's approach to load shedding mitigation. It goes without saying that load shedding cannot be allowed to shut down our hospitals, as this would undoubtedly cost lives. However, as is the case with many of the areas over which the ANC claims domain, we cannot rely on Eskom to do what is charged to do. Diesel generators provide a temporary solution, but also are massively expensive. Fuel cost the Department of Health and Wellness in excess of 20 million rands in the first 4 months of 2023-24 alone. It is for this reason that we see the department taking proactive steps to use technology to provide cheap, environmentally friendly energy to its facilities through solar power, as per the Minister's speech this morning. 35 million rands has been allocated toward installing solar panels at provincial health buildings this year, with another 38 million next year. While this represents a massive investment in infrastructure, it also ultimately saves money in the long run. More importantly, it once again helps our department to maximize its resources and provides better outcomes for our patients. But Speaker, it is sad to see such an innovative department hobbled by the significant cuts made to the budget as a result of the actions of National Treasury. The National Equitable Share Formula has decreased the percentage allocation to the Western Cape, even though its percentage population and burden of disease has increased. At the same time, the COVID pandemic and its aftermath have increased substance abuse cases, putting further strain on our health system. Between 23-24 and 24-25, the department's allocation has increased by 2.5 to 30.489 billion, as we've heard. But at the same time, inflation in January 2024 has been 5.3%, while the medical sector inflation rate has been 6.5%. Owing to these inflation rates being larger than the increase in our budget allocation, it means that the department is experiencing a real decrease in its budget and has had to absorb the cost of rising inflation. While this has been an ongoing trend for the health sector, the department has already had to manage a decrease in its baseline budget, as well as an increase in the public wage bill last year and this year. And if I may unpack a little what the Minister referred to, for every 100 rands of the department's budget that was allocated last year, for every 100,000 rands of the department's budget that was allocated last year, 105,250 rand would be needed to offer the same services when accounting for inflation in this year. Instead, the department essentially received 102,500. This means when considering the department's 30.4 million budget, the department will experience a shortfall of 807.866 million rand. It is important to note that these figures are based on conservative rates of inflation and do not account for possible increases in operational costs. as the Minister referred to, for instance, electricity. The impact of the decreased real budget means that the department will continue with its cost-saving interventions, as well as applying extra focus on service prioritization and redesign. The reality, Speaker, is that the public health system will remain under pressure for the next 3 to 5 years. And lest anyone believe that criticism can be leveled at this provincial budget for these shortcomings, I wish to place on record that the budget we consider today represents the best compromise we have available to us. The blame rests on national. I have mentioned the decrease in equitable share funding, but let us remember that our conditional grants have once again been slashed. We have lost 180.15 million rand from the District Health Program grant over the MTEF, while a further 69.14 million rand has been lost over the MTEF from the Health Facility Revitalization Grant. Let us not forget the words of Minister Wenger during her address to this House on this budget, during which she told us that the amount spent on debt servicing by our national government in one day could pay for almost 1,000 nurses to be employed for a year, with millions to spare. Speaker, the Western Cape Health Department and Wellness has been proactive in dealing with this challenge. They have formed strong partnerships, both internally and externally, so that it can ensure our resilience during these challenging times. Internally, senior management have formed a framework and a set of principles for healthcare service reprioritization and are actively engaging our various health districts in using these guidelines to remain within the constrained budget envelope. And in spite of all these cuts, Speaker, we still see the department pushing ahead with vital infrastructure improvements. I have mentioned the much-needed load shedding alleviation investments into infrastructure, but it would also be remiss of me not to mention the work that continues to be done on new acute psychiatric units, as indicated by the Minister. I'm also proud to see the upgrades to the emergency center at Groote Schuur Hospital, as well as the continuous maintenance of our many top-level facilities, such as Langsburg Clinic. Just imagine, Speaker, what this department could accomplish if National would come to the table and bring the same level of innovation, the same level of financial management, and the same amount of will to do more for our people. Speaker, as I conclude, it is a personal honor and privilege to commend and thank the very capable officials I have engaged with since becoming a member of this legislature. In particular, I wish to thank the Portfolio Procedural Officer team of Ms. Nomonde Jamche and Mr. Ben Daza. Their institutional knowledge and sound advice and guidance qualify them, in my view, as consummate professionals. To them and all the departmental officials, Dr. Klute, Mr. Kay, Dr. Karim, and all those who are not here, all the staff on the 5th floor, all the standing committee members, and thanks for the compliments, Member Windvogel. And certainly, Mr. Ryan Hans, my researcher, and before him, Mr. Luke Albert. Luke was there the day I was actually sworn in, and Luke is here while I deliver my last speech. Thanks, Luke. I want to really thank them, and I want to thank the members of this House. I'm truly grateful that our paths have crossed. I can honestly say that my short sojourn as a member of this House was a career highlight. Lastly, Speaker, in the words of someone that I have the greatest respect for, Minister Noma French-Mbombo, and I quote, "We will continue to build on our previous successes so that we can offer innovative solutions in the years to come. Health is everybody's business, and we will ensure that we leave no one behind." Unquote. It's been my privilege to make my contribution to that vision, Speaker, and it's my privilege today to support this vote on behalf of the DA. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Pretorius. Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much. Member Van Vogel, of course, Asilwi, we are not fighting. We are doing for the anti-SARS. So for us as an executive, making us account is part of what is supposed to happen. There's supposed to be checks and balances. And the more people become vocal, that's when we reflect and look and regroup. So it has never been about being personal for me. And any kind of input, I will always appreciate it, because you're not doing it for your Van Vogel family. You are doing for the people of Swellendam. You are doing for the people of the Western Cape. You are doing for the people of South Africa. But of course, we have to consider in terms of, to sift the facts, the opinions, and so forth. Now, just quickly in regard to the ambulances, last year we have new replacements of the ambulances, 114 in the different forms, like 30 Toyota Quantums, the 10 VW KD for the wheelchairs, and all others with these SUVs and all of those. So instead, we are not only focusing on the quantity of the ambulance, but also on the quality. And also, because it doesn't, because in most instances, you'll be counting how many, yet to find others that probably they are in the workshop, or you might be saying that you have got how many and they're not in the workshop, but you find that they are not catered for a particular terms of the response. So what we are proud of, what we pride on, is about the quantity and the quality. But the challenge we have is the issue of the warm bodies, because it needs about 10 to 11 people in a shift, 24-hour shift, to manage one ambulance. I did mention in terms of the challenges we have in regard to the staffing because of the budgeting, but the issues related to the vehicle and whatever. So thank you to the mobility and also the GMT for being able to assist that. So when I was talking about the drones, it's in addition to the other kind of responses according to the different context in regard to that. Now, about the budget is anti-poor. I'm just reflecting in the metro, where are the hospitals, where are the clinics in the metro in regard to the haves and the have-nots. I don't have any hospital or clinic in Clifton, no hospital, no clinic in Camps Bay. Also, the other parts in Bishopscourt, there is no such. I'm talking about the people where you say that is anti-poor. Most of the clinics in the hospital and the population where they come from is mostly in those places. It's the Bishop Levis, it's the Westphalia, it's the Khayelitsha, it's all of those. So when you say, for example, the district hospitals or the district health services, this is what we are budgeting for in regard to the HIV/AIDS or all other illnesses and so forth. So the money goes to where? Because there are no facilities in the rich areas. So how do I take money to Clifton when there are no clinics there? But anyway, I'm just making an example. And then the issue about the 1/2. When I started speaking, I spoke about how the health system, what internationally the health system, and therefore I make an argument, a case that we have to strengthen the whole system. You cannot strengthen one. Like, what is the point to have 90% of your budget goes to appointing staff, but you won't be able to have medicines for the staff to give to the patients, or you'll have the facilities that are falling apart because you don't go to the maintenance. But also, I made a case about the polycrisis, geopolitical wars. I made an example like with the Ukraine, where it impacted. When we speak about the cooking oil that is expensive, we buy at home. It also impacts on us because patients are eating 24 hours. We're the only sector that operates 7 days, 24 hours, 365 days, doesn't close, and people must eat. So that pricing, when we complain about there were no eggs, it means there were no eggs at the hospital. In order to access those eggs, if they have to eat the eggs or they have to get elsewhere. Therefore, what I'm trying to highlight is that there are many other factors that are impacting on any sector, but health absorbs most of them. When you have been having a medical aid and then you become unemployed and then they take away your medical aid, you'll go to the public hospital. Or when your medical aid cannot be able to offer you some of the operations and so forth, which is making an example in Tableview Clinic, it's a city clinic, but it's only mostly for minor ailments and the children. All those old age home people, which some of them might have medical aid, but they don't get covered. So they have to go to the Danone CHC. It's a similar with also in other areas. So the point that I'm trying to make, you really look at the whole system. So on the issue of the One Health, I wasn't sure whether I should respond or not. But probably let me just do a 1 minute thing. I know that it's lunchtime, and I promise my colleagues that I won't do a long lecture. I promise, because yesterday everyone was tired. We were tired. So I promise, but I have to use this opportunity. One Health, when we say the plants, I mean the health plants, the health of the animals, and then you say you must get to the veteran. Firstly, there's a body called epidemiology in medicine that looks at the environment. It's a triangle. They use a triangle. They call it, it's epidemiology triangle. There's a host, there's an agent, there's an environment. The host might be me, it's a human being, so that you can take it even when we're dealing with a COVID or even with a TB. So the host, it's me, which is I could be affected in terms of my status, age, and so forth. The agent, part of it, the agent, it could be the bacteria. A bacteria is like a living organism, which is like bacteria that causes TB. It is an agent. Or the virus, coronavirus, that came from originally from the bats and whatever. It impacts on the host. And then the environment. Therefore, what is the point of us only focusing only on the host, on you are ill, without looking in terms of all of those, so that you can understand the whole concept of One Health. You can sit down and not do anything, but there will be bacteria. They are also the host. The agent and so forth. And then also lastly, also on this, research does show the drivers actually of health. 40% is socioeconomic environment, 10% is physical environment, 30% is the health behavior. Only 20% is clinical care. So when we talk about the violence prevention units in regard to collecting the data, so that the people who are supposed to do the job, they could have information within 24 hours, because we collect that evidence in our system. We are giving to the law enforcement officers, we're giving them to social development, because they came to us. So when we are providing this information, it's because it's part of preventive and promotive. Your sector must do something. Education, we have seen high teenage pregnancy in this area. It means that probably these girls are not at school or they are pregnant at school. It's part of what we do. We cannot just sit down and only wait until people are coughing in order for to be able to respond. We have to balance. Like I made an example of the climate change. Health generally is a major contributor on destroying the planet. So carbon emission that is there, the waste management and all of those. We can just sit and relax until the whole planet is whatever, but we are being proactive to make sure that our things that emits a lot of carbon, like in if there's still boiler system in the old hospital, or in like I made an example of the laundry, where we have to change that old system, spending the whole of water in one laundry machine, where you could be able to have the ones that are newish. So it's a contribution not only to, because for that laundry, we reduce actually our expenditure in terms of the city fees and all of those, because now we can even have water, potable water, even for us. We can even provide water for the whole of that area in the Tiger Bay. The point that I'm trying to make, the health system is not only a health problem, like focusing on a disease, it's because more than 60% of what causes illness is happening outside the health system, but we cannot keep quiet. We have to do something about it. So we've become a classroom and a laboratory for South Africa, in future to be able to make use of us because we are already having that data. And lastly, the Human Development Index, that includes the education, the life expectancy, and all of those gender equality. You might ask why we want to pursue that. But we do know that when there are issues of the gender inequalities, it will impact, whether it's through the violence, it's through the rape, it's through whatever, it will come on us. So therefore, we've got the data. Let's share that data around that. Thank you very much. But you will continue. I will come also to do the presentation of the, as we did with the Nothing About Us, Without Us, but now we'll do it on the budget. We'll go district, municipality, so that we know how much it's going to be. Like you ask about the Robinson and whatever, you get to know that actually if they, let's say the initial budgeting or it used to expenditure was a 2 million, we don't have money now, we're going to spend 1.6 million. Therefore, changes must be done in regard to that. Member Kasim, thank you very much. And I think I've already spoken about the issue of the Joost and all other hospital. I won't repeat myself. The speech is available so that you can scrutinize it. Member Little about Atlantis. Initially, I put the Atlantis on the speech, but I said, nah, I know it's only the good, they use it. I knew that you'll bring it. So I've got the whole answers for you, which is I did provide even to the good in Parliament when they ask about it. Already, the processes there have already happened. The Protea Park and the Saxon Sea, which have been under the city approved it, I think May or June last year, that they need to be transferred to the province. That part of it is a phased approach, which is when I was there also engaging with the communities, because the main issue which impacted on the Westphalia Hospital is about, with those 2 city clinics, which is the packages they were not providing for the adult curative care. And therefore it ended up all these adults will go and queue at the Westphalia unnecessarily. So what we have done, whilst it is a phased approach in regard to the same process that we underwent in the 9, 10 other facilities we provincialized, took it from the city, but those ones were joint facilities. So already things are happening. About 3,337 of the adults that used to go to Westphalia Hospital just for their chronic being seen by the doctor, they are being seen in Protea Park. And once the whole transfer has been completed, it's going to be Protea Park CDC, it's going to be Saxon Sea CDC. So already some of the other packages that belong to a CDC is the higher one. I normally call it higher primary, because the clinics under the city, they were junior primary. So I'm making an example, school. So already there are other packages that belong to the CDC that are happening in those 2, and therefore reducing the whole pressures that are coming to the Westphalia, because they used all going there to queue, to long queues. Now, what needs to happen compared to what happened in these current 9 or 10 ones that we are provincialized? What's going to happen now? It's about, whilst we still have to look in terms of the re-advertising and whatever the post, and because in addition, part of the package of the CDC, you'll need psychosocial, you'll need the mental health to be part of that, mentalness. You need to have an OT, you need to have a dental, even that, not necessarily they might be every day, it might be once a month, and all of it's part of the packages. So it's a part of the phase approach, biggie, but we have already adopted, as the city council have already said, go ahead with it. So just first things first is about to work around the service pressures that are there. It's already happening around that. Lastly, Member Pretorius, thank you very much for the words. Indeed, I agree to Member Van Vogel, although some of it was in Afrikaans, but I could hear some of other parts. Auntie Sarah taught me a little bit, practice the style of the Afrikaans, so I could be able to hear. But indeed, your calmness, even when on the first day, it wasn't like as a person who wasn't even a member for MPL before. and also that health it was the first time being exposed to the health sector, your calmness, and also for attending almost all the events as a chair of the standing committee in health that have been very, very beneficial to even to the staff there. Your input and also your insights. It was as a senior politician based in the one like in George and all of those, you made quite a contribution because the health it's not only focusing only on the government, but also the political society and the civil society. So thank you very much for that. So having said that, I want to thank the department, Dr. Kluti, who have been in this pantheon for quite a long time. We have built it even before some of us, including you, become part in this position. But the one of the strength is about this team approach, where everyone has got a role to play, especially during the crisis, where people have been be able to be there. So you and your team, thank you very much. And the people that are here, Mr. Simon Kay, who's the DDG, responsible for the corporate affairs, that includes the finances, and also Dr. Karim, who's the neck of the Dr. Kluti, the DDG, COO, but mostly focusing on the clinical aspects, everything that has got to this be clinical. And then the Ms. Nonhlanhla Nkosi, who's the chief director on the strategic support, who does most of these PowerPoints and whatever, we just give it to them and their team. So I want to thank you very much, and also the whole of the top management that is not there and others who are not here, our partners, the academics, the universities, the colleges, the clinic committees, the hospital boards, and everyone who has been able to assist us. So I want to thank you very much. And then lastly, my colleagues, I've already thanked the members who contributed to the debate, but my colleagues here, especially that you have to remind me, don't take long. And I even take more longest. Because I always get excited when I talk about the health topic. I always think about the other things that I want to say. And then my team there, Luke and everyone, the Douglas, who always say, Minister, you don't have to do 404. These are not your students. It's just we're going to put it at 101. I said, whatever. But once now people ask me questions, I end up wanting to take more. But I want to thank you very much. And for the Premier, for the opportunity, and also for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister Mbombo. Honourable members, that concludes the debate on this vote. I'm going to allow the guest of the minister to exit. Honourable members, we are on order number 2 of 9 orders of the day. Can I ask, would there be any objection for us to continue with the next vote before breaking for lunch? No objections? Okay, if you want to raise an objection, okay, can you just give me an indication? Can we continue with the next vote? No, colleagues, honourable members, I'm really putting it to the House because it affects all of us. There's 9 orders. We are only on order number 2. Can we continue? Thank you very much. Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, this side of the House, we are more than happy to continue.
All right, I think we've got a unanimous agreement that we will continue. Honourable Minister, can you just give me, Minister Mania, can you give me an indication if you are expecting guests, or can I continue? Honourable, thank you very much. The Secretary will read the 3rd order of the day.
Debate on vote 5, Education, Western Cape Appropriation Bill.
Thank you very much. I recognise the Honourable Minister of Education, Minister Mania.
Thank you, Speaker. This year we will spend 30.85 billion rand on education in the Western Cape. This is the largest budget for education that we have ever tabled, and the largest budget of any department in our province. It will allow us to build on the successful programs we have implemented as part of our bold new direction for education including the Back on Track program to reverse learning losses and our Rapid School Build program to build more schools faster than ever before in poor communities. So in the 2024-25 financial year, we will build on these successes to improve learning outcomes, to expand access to education, and to develop resilience in our schools. We do this with our department's clear vision in mind to deliver quality education for every learner in every classroom, in every school in the Western Cape. Speaker, the COVID-19 pandemic effectively wiped out a decade of progress in improving learning outcomes in our province. Experts have warned us that it will take another 10 years to claw back those learning losses without drastic action. We are not willing to wait a decade, and we are willing to take drastic action. So this year, we will spend 292 million rand on our Back on Track program to reverse learning losses caused by the COVID-19 pandemic and improve learning outcomes in the Western Cape. The Back on Track program is the largest learning recovery program in our country. Starting from our launch last year, we targeted 22,000 learners in grade 4, 7, 8, 10, and 12 in schools most in need of support according to their systemic test results. These learners had the opportunity to attend extra Saturday classes and holiday classes, which proved a huge success. In addition to these grades, we invest heavily in the foundation phase to give all 310,000 of our youngest learners a solid foundation upon which to build their future school career. But we knew that the success of this program would rely on supporting both our learners and their teachers. We targeted over 9,000 teachers across all school phases for extra training and professional support. The feedback we have received from our schools has been encouraging, and we appreciate their willingness to share their thoughts on what we can do to improve the program. We released the results of the 2023 annual systemic tests earlier this year, which show an improvement in mathematics and language scores across all school phases in the Western Cape. These improvements are especially evident in the foundation phase, with the grade 3 mathematics pass rate increasing by 4.3 percentage points and grade 3 language pass rates increasing by 4 percentage points. We have also managed to halt the decline in grade 6 and grade 9 results, with an improvement in both maths and language scores for those grades. But Speaker, there is still work to be done. This year we will double the number of grade 4 and grade 7 learners targeted and maintain our targets for grade 8, 10, and 12 learners in schools for a total of 28,000 learners in these grades. And of course, we will continue to support our 310,000 foundation phase learners. So in total, Back on Track will provide 338,000 learners, or roughly 30% of our province's total learner population, with extra support to improve learning outcomes. Our additional professional support for teachers will also continue this year, with over 9,500 teachers set to receive support this year. Our learners have already started their extra classes for the year. When I visited learners at the Rocklands Primary School, together with the Premier, to experience the implementation of the Back on Track program firsthand, what struck me was most was how excited learners were to be there and that they couldn't wait to get into class on a weekend. We appreciate the additional hours our principals, our tutors, our school staff, and our officials are putting in to support our learners on weekends and during holidays across the Western Cape. Speaker, we know that our province is under extreme admission pressure, and we have already received new admissions applications for nearly 60,000 grade 1 and grade 8 learners seeking a place in a Western Cape school in 2025. So it is clear that to keep up with this demand, we need to urgently increase the number of places available in our schools, including those for learners with special needs. This year, we will spend 860 million rand on our rapid school build infrastructure program to expand access to education in the Western Cape. The rapid school build program marks a clear departure from business as usual building timelines, drawing in support from all stakeholders to get the job done. Consider the Fisher Haven Academy, completed in just 71 days to be ready in time for the 2024 school year. Consider the new classrooms at Spine Road High School, Windsor High School, Parow High School, and Westcott Primary School, designed to blend seamlessly with the existing buildings and create more places for learners at these high-demand schools. And consider the new Lwandle Primary School, the first part of the Lwandle Education Precinct. Construction at our Blue Ridge Sports Ground site in Wallerstein is also progressing well after we obtained an interdict against the group that was delaying the construction. This year, in preparation for the 2025 school year, our department aims to build at least 6 new schools in areas where demand for placement is highest. We have also budgeted for at least 300 additional classrooms at existing schools, including high schools where the demand for places is highest. But that is not all. We recently announced that the National Treasury has made an additional provisional allocation of 2.5 billion rand over the next 3 years to our rapid school build program. The provisional funding is specifically allocated to build new schools that will expand the number of school places available in our province in areas that have the largest class sizes and the highest demand for placement. Once this funding is confirmed, we will be in a position to significantly expand the number of planned new schools over the next 3 years in the Western Cape. Speaker, it is often said that the measure of a society is how it treats the most vulnerable members. The reality we face is that the education of learners with special needs is not fully catered for by national government. So we are filling the gap to make sure that our most vulnerable learners are supported. This year, we will provide an additional 71.4 million rand to improve our support for learners with autism spectrum disorder. And we will provide extra funding for learners with profound intellectual disabilities, with an additional 70.4 million rand allocated to support these vulnerable learners. We completed 2 new special needs schools this year and have been adding dozens of extra classrooms to existing special schools to accommodate more learners. And continuing this commitment for the coming school year, as part of our rapid school build program, we will build 30 additional classrooms for learners with special needs at special and existing schools. Speaker, we are acutely aware that external challenges like crime, and load shedding have a negative impact on the daily functioning of our schools. We are playing our part to support our schools as they tackle these challenges. This year, we will spend 57.5 million rand on responding to safety challenges in our schools and our school communities. Last year, we funded 46 school resource officers who are law enforcement officers stationed at our schools to tackle crime and deal with safety matters. This year, we will fund an additional 18 school resource officers so that we have a total of 64 officers supporting our school. And next year, we will add another 18 for a total of 82 school resource officers. We will, of course, continue to subsidize holiday security at over 400 schools every school holiday, which of course is when these schools are at greatest risk. And we will continue to provide support to our schools through violence prevention initiatives, holiday programs, improved access control, and of course, through the Safe Schools Call Centre. Speaker, we are also facing the difficult reality that national government is not able to provide a sustainable supply of electricity. Load shedding has been crippling our economy and is making it harder for teaching and learning to occur in our schools too. We must do what we can to help shield our schools from the negative impact that load shedding has on e-learning, administrative systems, cooking and lighting, and to do our part to improve energy efficiency in our schools. So this year we will spend 144 million rand to develop the use of green energy solutions in schools in the Western Cape. Our successful light replacement project, which replaced high energy usage existing lighting with energy efficient LED lighting, will continue this year with the further 30 schools receiving replacement lighting. We also plan to install a solar PV inverter and backup battery system in at least 60 schools this year to keep the lights on when load shedding strikes so that teaching and learning can continue. Speaker, at the end of last year, we suffered a devastating 716.4 million rand blow to our budget for education here in the Western Cape. Our conditional grants, including the education infrastructure grant, was cut by 179.4 million. In addition, the national government only provided 64% of the wage agreement funding due to us, which means that we were shortchanged by 537 million. This forced us to implement cost containment measures, including building fewer schools and employing fewer relief teachers. This will put pressure on our schools and more pressure on our teachers. So I want to be absolutely clear that we are doing everything we can to support our schools, to support our teachers, and ultimately to improve learning outcomes here in the Western Cape. We have taken steps to seek additional sources of funding to deliver quality education to our learners. As already mentioned, we have received a provisional allocation of 2.5 billion rand through the budget facility for infrastructure for our rapid school build program, which is a huge credit to our infrastructure team. But in addition, we are using our provincial funds to compensate for the shortfalls in our funding allocation by topping up the National School Feeding Scheme grant by 63.9 million rand to cover food price inflation, topping up school quintile funding by 498.7 million rand to fund 315 additional no-fee schools in quintile 4 and quintile 5, and topping up our infrastructure budget by 975.4 million rand from our provincial equitable share. To put this in perspective, Speaker, we contribute 42% of our infrastructure budget from our provincial funds, compared to other provinces that contribute less than 10%, and some who rely exclusively on the education infrastructure grant. And we are developing our partnerships with the private sector to increase private sector investment in the education sector here in the Western Cape. Speaker, in conclusion, despite the immense financial challenges we face, we will continue to do everything in our power to build on our successes, to improve learning outcomes, to expand access to education, and to develop resilience in our schools. The past year has been a tough one, but we should all take hope from the incredible dedication of our principals, of our teachers, and of our school staff. They are superheroes who show so much care, so much support, and so much love for our children every day. I would also like to thank our Education Department officials, led by our Superintendent General, Mr. Brent Walters, as well as my own staff in the Ministry of Education, led by Ms. Odette Kaysen, for their hard work during the year. Together, we will continue to strive towards quality education for every learner, in every classroom, in every school here in the Western Cape. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. I now recognise the Honourable Syed.
Honourable Speaker, today I rise on behalf of the African National Congress to firmly reject the proposed budget for education in the Western Cape. This budget, if passed, will only perpetuate the downward spiral of education in our province, characterized by worsening matric results and the persistent crisis of learner placements, amongst other issues. Education is the cornerstone of any society's progress. Yet in the Western Cape, we continue to witness the systemic neglect of our learners, particularly those from historically disadvantaged backgrounds. The challenges we face are numerous, and they demand urgent and meaningful interventions. One of the most pressing issues plaguing our education system is the crisis of learner placements. Yes, a crisis. The MEC and the DA refuses to admit that it's a crisis. Year after year, under this DA administration, thousands of learners are denied access to education due to the failure of the Western Cape Education Department to adequately address this particular issue, or they start late. This crisis is exacerbated by discriminatory language and admissions policies employed by predominantly white former Model C schools, which act as barriers to access for most learners in our province. And yes, the records that we've been receiving indicate that it's not learners who applied late or came from other provinces that are being denied mainly. And just to add, in spite of the DA's demand to turn the Western Cape into a separate apartheid state, the Western Cape is part of South Africa. To address this challenge, the ANC government is passing the Basic Education Law Amendment Bill, which the DA and their right-wing partners such as the Freedom Front Plus, the ACDP and Cape Independent oppose. The passing of the bill represents a significant milestone in our ongoing effort to transform education, not only in the Western Cape, but throughout our country. This crucial legislation holds the potential to revolutionize the educational landscape by addressing systemic inequalities, improving access to quality education for all learners, and fostering inclusive learning environments. We will do away with discriminatory language and admissions policies to guarantee access for our learners to all schools in the province. Moreover, the mismanagement of funds by the DA government has only exacerbated these challenges. Between the 2019-2020 and 2021-22, over 792 million rand meant for the building of schools and employing teachers was returned to the revenue fund due to underspending. This money could have been instrumental in addressing not only the crisis of unplaced learners, but also the challenge of overcrowded classrooms. Under the DA's 15-year misrule of this province, we have witnessed gradual decline in the quality of education, particularly for the underprivileged in the Western Cape. Our province has dropped to 5th in the matric pass rate, with a dismal 26% of bachelor passes coming from no-fee schools. This is unacceptable. During the ANC's governance of the Western Cape, from 2004 till 2009, under MECs Dugmore and Yusuf Gabru, we saw higher matric pass rates, which was over 14% above the national average. For the first time ever, the pass rate of our province is below the national average, and this has happened under the leadership of MEC Mania. Despite the worsening performance in matric examinations, this department has slashed the budget for examination and education-related services by 39.65% to 864.7 million rand. This is unacceptable. Honourable Speaker, the proposed budget fails to address these fundamental issues and instead perpetuates the status quo. While there are allocations for initiatives such as school resource officers, which we welcome, and emergency load shedding packs, these measures are insufficient to address the root causes of our education crisis. In the Budget Committee meeting, we sharply raised the fact that the allocated 76.9 million rand over the MTEF is not enough. School safety is a serious matter in our province, and the allocated funds must show the seriousness of government to address this matter. The department did accede to the fact that its funding is insufficient, even though they will not be making an additional funding allocation. We demand an increase in the number of schools where school resource officers are deployed. The priority must be all schools in the priority crime hotspot areas. This would ensure that every learner has a safe and conducive learning environment. Additionally, we urge the department to ensure that emergency load shedding packs are distributed equitably, prioritizing the most vulnerable learners. Speaker, the ANC cares deeply about education, which remains our top priority. This is evident not only in consistently allocating the funding to education as one of the top 2 departments along with health, receiving the highest funding, but also the notable increases in both equitable share allocation and conditional grants for this particular budget, rising by 3.78% over 13% and over 13% respectively. These increases would have been even greater were it not for the decrease in the social sector EPWP incentive grant for the provinces, primarily due to reprioritization of funds for the presidential employment stimulus. The most significant decrease in this department's budget comes from the provincial treasury financing, which has decreased by 70% from 1.2 billion in adjusted estimates to just 345 million rand. Nonetheless, this department's total receipts have increased to 30.850 billion and are projected to rise to 32.499 billion by 2026-27 over the MTEF period. These increases, Speaker, include a 7% boost in the National School Nutrition Program grant from 496.8 million to 531.6 million this year, ensuring that our underprivileged children receive a daily meal at school. It's crucial that our people understand that this program is a cornerstone of the ANC's commitment because the ANC genuinely cares. Honourable Speaker, the ANC-led national government understands that early childhood development is the foundation of education. The ANC is committed to ensuring the well-being of our youth. evident in the substantial increase of 44.54% in the conditional grant allocation for ECD, soaring from just over 86 million rand last year to 124.357 million rand this year. This allocation, Speaker, has shown tangible benefits, as highlighted in the budget documents, stating the early childhood development age 0 to 4 program also recorded successes for the first 2 years since the function shifted from DSD to WCD. And I'm not going to go and read the entire thing. This achievement underscores the ANC government's dedication to uplifting our communities in the province. Additionally, the education infrastructure grant has seen a commendable 15.28% increase to over 1.306 billion rand, driven by President Cyril Ramaphosa's initiative to build more schools for disadvantaged children in the Western Cape. The ANC advocates for the construction of sturdy, quality quality schools, unlike those hastily erected with substandard materials through the Rapid School Build program. We believe in the Accelerated School Infrastructure Delivery Initiative, known as ACDP, an ANC-led initiative aimed at replacing inadequate schools built with inferior materials. Through ACDP, the African National Congress national government has built 25 quality schools in the Western Cape, including Silverstream Primary School, the Dane Primary School, Heideveld Primary School, Scottsdene Secondary, and Kensington Secondary School, demonstrating the ANC's commitment to providing quality education to children from impoverished communities. In contrast, Speaker, this DA-led administration's reduction in the infrastructure budget threatens to undo the progress made by the ANC. This proposed budget slashes infrastructure development funding by 14.24% from 2.68 million rand in last year's adjusted budget estimate to just over 2.3 billion. This reduction is deeply troubling, especially considering the pressing infrastructure challenges faced by many schools, such as Kuyasa Primary School in Ward 99, Khayelitsha. The dire situation at that particular school, where learners have endured sewage spills within the school premises for a decade, exemplifies the DA-led government's negligence, resulting in the closure of 11 classes and forcing 230 learners to endure deplorable conditions. In fact, what we find is a fight between the DA-led city of Cape Town and the DA-led provincial government on this matter. They cannot find each other on who is to blame and on who must take responsibility. So poor people must suffer. We as the ANC have pledged to work with the community, with councillors, and even with the department and the city to find solutions. The proposed budget reduction in infrastructure funding and neglect of critical issues in our schools is unacceptable, Speaker. The ANC remains committed to ensuring quality education and equitable opportunities for all. And we urge this government to reconsider its priorities and invest in the future of our nation, even though that they are an outgoing government. We cannot ignore the well-being of our teachers and learners. The budget must allocate more funds for psychosocial support and teacher development to ensure that our educators are equipped to provide the best possible education. Speaker, in my work of crisscrossing the province to assess the state of our education and our schools, I came across the sad story of Mrs. Barbara September.
Honourable Side, please take your seat. Honourable Bosman, is that a point of order?
Honourable Speaker, through you, I'd like to know if the honourable member is prepared to take a question at this time.
Thank you very much.
No.
Honourable Bosman. Honourable Side, are you prepared to take a question?
I'm not prepared to take a question.
The honourable member is not prepared to take your question. Honourable Side, you may continue.
I've come across a sad story of Mrs. Barbara September, a hard-working and dedicated servant who is being allegedly exploited by MEC Mania's department. We condemn the alleged exploitation of workers like Mrs. September at La Placente Primary School in Woolsley, who has served as a cleaner for 23 years without any job security or any fair wages. We call upon the MEC and his department to swiftly address this particular issue and the broader exploitation of workers at our schools. The proposed budget for education in the Western Cape falls short of addressing urgent needs of our learners and educators. Speaker, as representatives of the people, it is our duty to reject this budget and demand a more equitable, inclusive approach to education in our province. As I conclude, Honourable Speaker, allow me to thank each stakeholder whom I've had the honour to work with whilst conducting oversight in the basic education landscape. I'm grateful to each and every parent, the learners, the educators, our departmental officials, including the HOD. Yes, we have differed, but the differences have been towards building better education, and we've been able to find solutions at time. The colleagues on both sides of the House, including the Honourable Mania, we have differed, but we have differed with the purpose of ensuring quality education. Let me thank the chairperson and also continue to pray for our Honourable Lorraine Botha, who left us very sadly a few years ago. She was a commendable chairperson, a commendable member of this House, a dedicated public servant. I also want to thank the legislature staff, including and especially our procedural officer, Ms. Wasima Hassan Musa, who has really assisted members in exercising our oversight and has gone over and above her responsibilities. When we differed robustly in the committee and in this House over issues of education, it was all in the service of improving education in our province. Together, let us work towards building a brighter future for our children and a more inclusive Western Cape, which yet again becomes a home for all its residents. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Syed. I recognize the Honourable Kasim on the virtual platform.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, we are now heading towards the end of the 6th Parliament, and it has been clear throughout this period that the education system in the Western Cape is not only on the decline, but it is also falling apart. Speaker, each and every year, parents and learners alike will have to battle with the school online placement system, which is riddled with poor administrative procedure and systems. Even after going through this painful and confusing procedure, the children will still remain unplaced due to some technical glitches and misunderstanding. Speaker, the worst part is that no one really knows how this online school placement system really works, from parents to the administrators of the system itself within the Western Cape Education Department. And all this is the fault of the department. In some cases, parents complain that they are required to apply online and then submit hard copies physically in these schools, and only for their children to be rejected based on the applications being incomplete. The question which arises is, if a learner's application is incomplete, why is the system not done in such a way that it will not allow a submission of an incomplete application for starters, or means are put in place to bring such incompleteness of the application to the attention of both the learner and parent as early as possible? Speaker, it does not make sense why rejection should be a solution, especially in cases of applicants who have tendered their application early. In some cases, Black parents complain that their children are rejected on a technicality when they apply for placements in 4th and 5th quintile schools by being told that these schools are science and math schools, and these are the schools which a lot of resources are spent at. Speaker, in recent years, the Western Cape matric pass rate has been declining in a downward spiral. It then does not come as a surprise why the province has fallen to 5th place in the 2023 matric results when compared to other provinces. Part of the reason why there is a dip in the matric pass rate in this province is due to the fact that the Western Cape Education Department does not want to equip township schools with the resources, especially where African and coloured learners attend. Speaker, there is also a high level of unfairness in a manner in which teachers are permanently employed within the schooling system. Teachers employed by the school governing bodies are often denied contracts even when they are later shifted and placed under the Western Cape Education Department. Those teachers who persist about getting contracts are mostly punished later on by being overlooked for permanent posts within the department. This is becoming a norm within the department, and it is wrong. In conclusion, Speaker, it is for these reasons that the EFF will not support this vote.
Thank you very much, Honourable Kasim. I recognize the Honourable Little.
I'm not quite sure if you're going to say that after I've spoken. Honourable Speaker, under Premier Windy's government, the matric pass rate has fallen below the national average. This proves that the 1.2 billion spent on the Back on Track program has not been effectively utilised. Despite going to great lengths to create public awareness earlier this year of an award-winning library in Dunoon, which was completed in 2019, the same DA has forgotten to mention that the DA-led Western Cape government has implemented its decision to stop building new libraries in this province. In 22-23, it built its last 3 libraries and will now be rolling out new library service points through wheelie bins and containers. And out of the 375 library service points, only 228 libraries have public internet access. I need not remind the MEC and Premier of the value of libraries for the education of our underprivileged youth.
Order.
Furthermore, this department continues to waste its budget by fighting the unfair firing of a performing principal of Heathfield High School. The principal who took
Order, members.
The principal who took the performance of its matric pupils to its all-time high of 84%, this has now fallen to 50.5. The Western Cape government has spent over 3 million on defending this indefensible and behavior against the educator. And strangely enough, the administration that is actively fighting the proposed ballot bill on the strength that the ballot bill removes powers from school governing bodies and puts these powers in the hands of the MEC, has in the handling of this case done precisely what they are fighting against. This department has, in the past month, illegally stripped the powers of the Heathfield High School's governing body and then gone ahead and advertised the principal's
Thank you
post
very much, Honourable
at
Little. Your time has
departmental
expired.
level. Thank
you very much. I recognize the Honourable Christians.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Speaker, I'm not going to respond to the mumbo jumbo of the ANC, who is losing voter support daily. The people of the Western Cape is opposed to the ballot bill, and this bill will sink you. Speaker, the ACDP want to thank the Minister and the Department for the Back on Track program, for the Rapid School Build program, because it's making a difference. But Speaker, the question I want to ask the Minister, I believe, the ACDP believe not every child is receiving the quality education they deserve. We also welcome the additional finances when it comes to the school resource officers. But as I said in the Standing Committee, Elshoot High School in Elsies River is under enormous attack when it comes to safety. And when I visited the school the other day, they came down. 2021, they had an 86% pass rate in matrics. It came down 2022 to 70%, and last year it was 45%. And when I went to the school, they told me about the safety concerns in the school. So I want to plead to the Minister, when they look at additional school resource officers, that they look at the most vulnerable areas. Our learners is not safe. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that I want to compliment the department for what they are doing, but I know with the in-year budget cuts, it's tremendous. It's killing the department, and they cannot be blamed for that. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Christians. I now recognize the Honourable Bartman.
Thank you. Today we debate the education vote, posting a 30.8 billion rand budget, up from the 29.8 billion rand last year. A budget that is truly doing everything it can to stretch every rand as far as possible. There are 1.2 million learners in public ordinary schools in the Western Cape, up from 1.18 million learners in 2022. 668,186 learners have benefited from the department's no-fee policy, or if you prefer the statistic, 54.76%. 511,777 learners have benefited from the nutrition program, or 41.94%. You have 94,000 learners who are benefiting as fee exemption beneficiaries. 65,775 learners are transport beneficiaries from this department, and 22,237 learners are subsidized in independent schools, because not everyone who goes to an independent school is able to necessarily afford it. Regarding the National School Nutrition Feeding Program, the Western Cape also tops up the respective programs funding with provincial funding for targeted learners in quintile 4 and 5 schools, because as we all know, in terms of the criteria that is published in the conditional grants, it only allows us to fund the lower quintile schools. Speaker, in 2023, 17,816 learners arrived from other provinces and countries to the Western Cape schools. 13,780 of these originated from the Eastern Cape. That is 77.35%. Over the period 2019 to 2023, and members can look this up in the APP as well on pages 24, 36, and 30, the 101,824 learners entered our system from other provinces and countries. Of this figure, it was 79,801 learners who originated from the Eastern Cape, which was 78.37% over that particular period. Everyone deserves quality education, Speaker, even if you are from a different province, and we welcome those who seek it, but respectfully, the money must follow the feet. And this needs to be taken into account by both Department of Basic Education and the National Treasury when allocating funding for education to provinces, as substantive increases in migration are putting a strain on the education system. Just because we are entering into an education system does not necessarily mean that the money is already there, already budgeted for the extra learner. And in order to provide quality education for every learner that is entering our system, the National Treasury must take this into account in the provincial equitable share. Speaker, education is a big department and it is personnel heavy. So before I get into some of the departmental program budgets, it's important to note that of this 30.8 billion rand, we will be spending 22.3 billion rand just on personnel costs. That is 72.31% of the full budget. The infrastructure development program subcategory is allocated 2.3 billion rand. So once you have subtracted this from the main allocation, the department has to achieve everything that it needs to achieve with only 6.2 billion rand left. This budget vote will further see 4 million rand for each year of the MTEV for the after-school mod program, as well as almost 80 million rand allocated over the MTEV for school resource officers, bringing this to 64. We will further be spending in this vote 67.9 million rand in 2024 financial year, 70.97 million rand in the 2025 financial year, and 74.1 million rand in the 2026 financial year on the after-school mod feeding scheme, which is additional to the nutritional program funding which we are receiving, and additional to what we are topping up from the provincial reserves. In terms of the infrastructure program, more than 6.1 billion rand has been earmarked over the 2024 MTEF of the 3 financial years, and of this 74 million rand is earmarked for LED lighting, and 300 million rand is allocated for energy school solar photovoltaic programs. The infrastructure program aims to build the 6 new schools and 300 additional classrooms, and we welcome this announcement by the Minister. Further, I just wanted to note, if National Treasury says that you have provisionally received an allocation of 2.5 billion rand for rapid build, this means National Treasury has confidence in the Western Cape to build infrastructure, because this is separate to what you are seeing in the budget. This is similar to when provinces such as the Eastern Cape didn't spend their full infrastructure budget, and those budgets from the other provinces were given to Gauteng and the Western Cape provinces, a budget at that time, an additional budget which the ANC objected towards. But National Treasury felt actually Western Cape knows how to build schools. So it is actually quite disappointing that the ANC does not support the Rapid Build School program. The education budget will further be topped up with 345 million rand from the Provincial Revenue Fund. And Speaker, I do not need to tell you how we've had to really dig into our reserve funds over the past year as a province across departments in order to stabilize the provincial budget, to protect frontline services, and to ensure we continue building on the good work that we're doing. The WCED is further committed to improving our mathematics and language rates in our grade 3 scores, and our 2023 systemic test results reveal these significant gains in grade 3. They've scored grade 3 in the previous years. Mathematics pass rate increased by 4.3 percentage points. Grade 3 language pass rate increased by 4 percentage points, and the pass rates for mathematics and language in grade 6 and 9 have also increased between 1 and 1.7 percentage points. It showed that early intervention, such as allocation of extra time to reading and mathematics in the school day, makes a difference. Further, the Back on Track program, which will be allocating 292 million rand, targeting 338,000 learners, we welcome this. Further, we would wish to salute and acknowledge the hard work and perseverance of our educators, our support and administrative staff, parents, and most important of all, our students. 2023 saw the Western Cape once again improving its matric pass rate. It was an increase. Whether it is under the national average does not mean that there was a decrease. It was an increase from the previous year, and it achieved the highest ever number of bachelor's passes. These achievements are especially impressive given the fact that taxi violence and wildcat strikes disrupted education in many parts of the province this past year, further compounding learning losses suffered under the COVID year. We saw pass rates of 75.4% in physical science and 82.2% in mathematics, the highest in the country. But I also just want to speak about the dropout rates in the Western Cape and in the country. The real national matric pass rate, Speaker, is 55.3% due to pupils who are dropping out between the grade 10 and 12 years. The Western Cape matric pass rate outperforms 7 other provinces, surpassing that national pass rate by 4.5% in real terms. The Western Cape, it has the lowest dropout rate of students at 26%. It is still too much, but it means that you're more likely to finish matric in the Western Cape than any other province. Further, Speaker, in the national conditional grants that we are receiving for education in the Western Cape, we are going to be experiencing a reduction of 10.98% in the learners with profound intellectual disability grants and a reduction of 29.46% in the social sector expanded public works program incentive grant. But Speaker, I just want to quickly touch on some of the percentages that were mentioned in terms of grant infrastructure, grant allocation from the National Department. Now, when it comes to mathematics, we see these percentages on page 178, and sometimes I must admit, sometimes it can be difficult to interpret some of these figures, but I want us to go through it. In infrastructure, the main allocation for the infrastructure grant that we received from National in the beginning of last year was 1.2 billion rand. Then there was a budget cut, and it was cut to 1.1 billion rand. Now we are getting 1.3 billion rand. So it's not a 15% increase. It is a 15% increase after the budget cut. It is actually more or less an 8% increase because the increase is according to the main budget. That 15% increase we have to put in there because we have to indicate the change from the revised estimate. And the revised estimate was after the budget cut that we received mid-year last year. In the ECD one, I want to mention, the ECD amount was 100 million that we were originally allocated. And I'm reading from the book 178 if we want to read, because leaders are readers. So 100 million rand for ECD. Then the budget was cut by 14 million rand to approximately 86 million rand. Now we're at 124 million rand. So yes, it looks fancy when it's written there, 44.54%, but it's actually not a 40 million rand increase. It's actually a 20 million rand increase from the original amount before the ECD budget was cut. Then when we look at the HIV grant, and we're reading together here as colleagues today, the HIV and AIDS grant was 18 million rand. And I'm actually going to mention the full amount here because this one makes a big difference. 18,071,000. Then it was cut to 14,983 rand. Okay, so that was almost a 4 million rand cut. Now we get back to the main budget this year. It's 18,923,000. That's almost just a 900,000 increase. So when you make the actual calculation, it's not 26.3%. It's actually an 18th of the amount of the original amount. So when you look at the EPWP one, for example, it was 2.1 million rand, then it was cut to 1.9 million rand. So now we're at 2.2. So we're not even talking about inflation increases here, Speaker. Now let's quickly get to the Math, Science and Technology grant. The Math, Science and Technology grant was 37 million rand in the beginning. Then it was cut to 32 million rand at the end of the year. We are now back at 38 million rand, and between that difference, if I can make a quick calculation, it's probably about 750, 800,000 rand difference. So it's not a 15% increase. It's probably more like an 8% increase if you divide it by 2. Since yes, but I'm sure that I don't need to ask members to assist with reading the budget book. So we are going to now deal with some of the other allocations. Further, 224.7 million rand has been allocated over the 2024 MTIF to the Western Cape Education Department to respond to the needs of autism spectrum learners and support the placement of these learners in school. And 221.4 million rand is allocated over the 2024 MTIF to ensure appropriate education access for learners with profound and intellectual disabilities. This includes the provision for upskilling, caregivers, nutritional support, and funding for institutions. And we welcome the announcement by the Minister of the 30 extra classrooms in the existing schools. Further, Speaker, I just quickly want to speak just a little bit about admissions. So most parents would already know, hopefully, or there's been media statements on it from different aspects, that the admissions window for 2025 school year has opened on the 11th of March 2024, and grades 1 and 8 will be dealt with in the first window, which will close on the 12th of April 2024. Parents who wish to apply for grade R or a transfer between schools in grade 2 to 7 and grades 9 to 12 will be able to apply in the second admissions window between the 1st of August 2024 and 16th of August 2024. It is important that we encourage the parents and guardians with children entering these grades to get their documents in order if their window is coming up, and to apply as soon as possible. Now, Speaker, some of the opposition members have mentioned that placement is a crisis. Now, on the 14th of March 2024, when we were before the Education Committee, and the question was asked on this day, how many learners are unplaced, the number was 10. Now, in the APP, on page 24, if members did not know, there are 1,220,777 learners currently in public ordinary schools in the Western Cape. Now, if we compare 10 to 1.2, yes, every child deserves quality education in the Western Cape. And the Minister and the HOD have committed to ensuring that every single learner gets placed. Some learners take a little bit longer than others, depending on their particular personal circumstances, but the commitment has been made that every learner will be placed. 10 is unfortunately not a crisis. It is important. We must look at it. We must make sure that the commitment is being held accountable, but 10 is not a crisis. Further, Speaker, I just want to brag from the Education Committee side about something historic that has happened in the past week. Last week, Wednesday, was the first time ever that a legislature invited the constitutional body, the Financial and Fiscal Commission, the FFC, based on the constitutional provisions of Section 214, subsection 2, dealing with equitable share, 220 to 222 of the Constitution dealing with the establishment, and Section 3 of the FFC Act, to brief a provincial legislature on essentially a non-money bills or a non-finance legislation. The FFC briefed the WCPP Education Committee on the Basic Education Laws Amendment Bill, or called the Bella Bill colloquially, on the costing or proposed costing on the Bella Bill. At the time when I moved the resolution, it was so that we may receive such an independent view on what the Bella costing implications may look like for our country, because responsible financing and costing is important. Further, Speaker, I think it is important for this House to note that at last week Friday's meeting on the 22nd of March of the Education Committee on the costing and the funding of the bill, the National Department of Education admitted that their costing is off by several billion rand, and that the department has no clear answer on how the bill would be costed. In addition to this, the department was unable to sufficiently answer the question of where the funding would come from, or even if the funds are even available. The DBE representative confirmed that the bill's costing does not account for several costs which will be incurred should Bella become law. These costs, which the department has not yet considered and which are not included in the bill's memorandum as per the Section 35 of the PFMA and Section 195 of the Constitution, when it comes to how public funding and legislation is dealt with, includes the following. It includes increased learner teacher support materials, not been costed for. Increased learner transport, not been costed for. Additional nutrition, not been costed for. Special education needs education, including assistive devices, not been costed for. Increased administrative costs, not been costed for. When you create infrastructure also for things like ECDs and grade Rs, you also need things like ablution facilities that are age appropriate. Speaker, do we think this has been costed for? No, it is not. It is not in the CS. It is not in the bill's memorandum. It is nowhere in any presentation that we have seen so far. And quite frankly, it is my view that the socioeconomic impact assessment report on the bill is thus fundamentally flawed. National Treasury even wrote us a letter to essentially in the nice English and using all of the fancy Section 35 language to say, this is not our baby. Ask DBE how much this will cost. The DBE's representative further stated that the total cost of Bella was standard and estimated 15 billion rand. Now, Speaker, this is very difficult to understand because when the members of the committee raised the fact that the FFC had stated that the cost of the bill from their calculations would be 17.7 billion rand to implement, departmental officials then admitted that costs would have to be reconsidered. This was further in contrast to the bill's current memorandum estimating financial implications for the state to the value of 17.26 billion rand, excluding provisions for the home education assessment costs. Now, for those who don't know, when you introduce a bill, if you're a minister and you introduce a bill, you also have to tell people when you're introducing the bill what the financial implications for the state is. You're not actually allowed to introduce a bill without that in the bill. Departmental officials also admitted that the costing has been done on the implementation of compulsory grade R relies on an estimate of 1 educator for every 40 grade R students. So the national government has based the costing of the Bella bill for grade R on 1 to 40 learners, which is how they got to apparently the 17.7 billion rand, which the FFC also essentially called, and I quote, naive. As was noted in the meeting, this would violate the minimum norm of 1 educator for every 35 learners and is far off the current average of 1 educator for every 29 learners. Furthermore, the DBE representatives confusingly claimed that there would be no costing for the new provisions surrounding homeschooling in the bill, contradicting the paragraph in the financial implications to the state in the bill's memorandum itself. While it is clear that DBE could not adequately answer how the bill would be costed, it was also unable to answer the question of where the funding for the bill would come from. The department previously referred the committee to National Treasury, who responded with a letter then referring to the bill as an unfunded mandate and stating clearly that the Department of Basic Education bore the responsibility for the bill's costing. In Friday's meeting, the department's representatives could not describe how the funding for the bill would be made available, stating that, quote, the Minister of Finance needs to look into things if they intend to pass the bill, quote, close. And, quote, the DBE cannot be accountable structure to defend whether there will be money or no money, quote, close. With this in mind, the committee then took a resolution to request that the Minister Godongwana, Minister of Finance, to give a firm and final answer on the costing and the financing, funding of the bill. Because Speaker, Bella's math ain't mathing. Die boeke klop nie. National Department of Education admitted that they do not have a firm idea on how the bill will cost to implement, and they have not considered the cost of matters such as these learner-teacher support materials, the learner transport, the nutritional program, the special needs education, and costing of living adjustments for education. It was not introduced by a minister. They further could not answer exactly where the funding for the bill come from. It seems that the DBE is essentially asking the public for a blank check to implement this bill with no end in sight to the cost. So I'm pleased that the committee made this unanimous resolution to request the Minister of Finance to come and account for the funding of this bill. But further, Speaker, I need to indicate that yesterday morning and this morning, the Education Committee had to have extraordinary meetings. It is not usual for committees to be sitting during budget vote days. It is not usual for us to be dealing with non-budget matters during the budget week. And this decision was made out of necessity and in response to the NCOP's refusal to grant a much-needed request for extension of the deadline for the mandate on the bill. These requests were made, and I'm going to just read out, and this has also been incorporated into the negotiating mandate report. These requests were made on the 26th of January 2024, the 8th of February 2024, 18th of March, 20th of March, and again yesterday on the 26th of March. The committee then received no feedback on the contents of the letters. Instead, the one letter we received was a copy and paste of all of the legislation currently before the NCOP. As has been expressed in the committee's mandate, which it sat with this morning, the committee took the view that this refusal excludes and marginalizes the voices of the public, and in particular the Western Cape's largest constituency, the Cape Metro, a public hearing which is still coming up on the 4th of April. And as at 20 March, the committee had reached an unprecedented number of written and oral submissions on the bill. There has been so far more than 5,200 submissions received across WhatsApp, email, and online channels, and more than 2,700 people have so far attended public hearings on this bill so far. Due to a packed parliamentary program, the final two public hearings, both to be held in Cape Town, could only be scheduled for the 4th of April, this falling after the negotiating mandate deadline of 27 March 2024, but well before the final mandate deadline of 17 April 2024. Now, Speaker, coming back to the mathematics part of things, when you take 27 March and you calculate it to the 17th of April, you will find there are 13 business days or 3 calendar weeks. So with all of the submissions that have been made across the country, if there are 5,200 submissions in the Western Cape, if I base my assumption that people in other provinces are as interested in this bill as they are in the Western Cape, I cannot fathom how you are able to get through all of those submissions in 3 weeks before the final mandate, but not even allow the Western Cape to then conclude its final public hearing on the 4th and maybe do a negotiating mandate in the week of the 8th. An extension was then requested in these 5 separate letters as early as January. This request does not address any of the respective correspondence that we have sent. In the absence of the agreement to extend the deadline, the committee then recorded today that under duress, yes, Speaker, under duress, it submits its negotiating mandate, noting that the mandate is incomplete as it does not contain the full views of the public, and the committee voted to provisionally not support the bill, with the ANC submitting a minority view to support the bill. Now, Speaker, irrespective of what you believe in terms of the respective clauses of the bill, as legislatures, as lawmakers, it cannot be that we are okay with a bill being so procedurally legally and constitutionally flawed that we're okay with the NCOP actually just saying, you're a mosquito, we're just going to swat you off in terms of recognizing you as a province. The committee further resolved to continue its public hearings in Cape Town in order to fulfill its legal and constitutional obligation to the people of the Western Cape, as well as to submit and supplement the provisional negotiating mandate with all submissions received up to date and including the 4th of April. The committee further resolved that should an extension not be received, that it would meet to consider whether any legal recourse is available on this matter. And we are currently awaiting feedback on the matter from the NCOP as I'm standing here, quite frankly. The committee speaker is navigating uncharted legal and constitutional waters. It has truly been an historic week for the Education Committee in the WCPP, both the bad and the good. But make no mistake, Speaker, given the current constitutional and legal considerations, the DA is ready to go to battle on Bella. Speaker, I would like to conclude by saying that in the Education Committee, you're not necessarily going to see every single little agenda item that we put on the program because a lot of our meetings are unannounced oversight visits. So you might randomly see on a program a district that we might be heading to, and then by the time we get there, then you will find out essentially which schools more or less we will be visiting. So it's a lot of work that doesn't always go noticed by everyone. But I want to thank the respective committee members, Member Syed, Members Christians, Member Fry, Member Poole. There's been some changes to the committee as well. So for all what I consider the permanent alternates as well, previous Member Kama and Member Gillian Bosman, I also want to thank them for the interest. Member Brinkhuis also frequently comes to the committee. I want to thank them for their interest and for their robust engagement in this particular committee. I want to thank the Minister just for not being afraid to be held accountable and for truly being honest in both our achievements and the things that we need to improve upon. Because everything isn't perfect, but we must make sure that we are always improving, that we're always trying to make sure that every single rand stretches as far as possible. I want to thank the HOD Walters, and the departmental officials. It is not easy dealing with a department that has so many personnel. I think if I remember correctly, there's about 47,000 personnel staff in this particular department. Speaker, I also want to thank our procedural officer, Ms. Hassan Musa, and the Education Committee for truly astute procedural knowledge and advice. And because there's no debate for budget, there's only declarations. I just want to take the opportunity to also thank the procedural officer, Ms. Kamish Ahmad, in budget also for astute procedural advice. It's sometimes a thankless job as staff members to make sure that all the T's are crossed and all the I's are dotted. And to the senior officials, Mr. Daza and Ms. Klitter, sometimes we run out of English and we don't necessarily where to go in terms of procedure and legal advice, and you are always there for us, and I say thank you for that. To our research team that I work with on the 5th floor quite closely, particularly the researchers assigned to my portfolios, Mr. Ryan Hand and Robert Moore. I just want to say thank you so much. It's you keep me on my toes, and you make sure that everything that we do is not only fact-checked, but that we have the highest quality of work that we're able to present in everything that we do. I always laugh because one of the things I've noticed over the years, especially in budget, is people enjoy poaching my budget researchers. So I want to say thank you to every single previous budget and education researcher that's not necessarily with us anymore, but has been poached by more fervent opportunities and endeavors in life. I know of at least 2 that are in executive offices, one that's gone to the National Parliament in a political office, and one that has gone to an international organization. So I just want to say thank you to all of them. Speaker, I want to end off by thanking my team in my constituency. I can truly say that I have an amazing team of people that I work with. And my constituency is far, Speaker. It's not around the corner. It's not a place I can be at every single day. So to Ms. Aletta Seron, Ms. Lindy Potgieter, and Ms. Juliet Pieterse, I could not do the work here without you. Despite popular belief, I do not actually reside in Laingsburg. I'm a constituency that's allocated to Laingsburg. And I can truly say we've achieved remarkable things over the past 5 years. And from this budget alone, something that we really lobbied for and really worked hard towards was getting Laingsburg High School to become a no-fee school. So I'm proud that that is something that has been achieved in the past 5 years. And I just want to also say thank you to this department that over this term that we also received smart classrooms in the Akasha Primary School, as well as, well, it's not in this particular budget, but it affects the 2 schools in Laingsburg receiving the free Wi-Fi hotspot from the PMS department in both the primary school of Akasha and the Laingsburg High School. And I've no doubt come 2026 that the people of Laingsburg will vote for people who care, who have giant hearts and who fight valiantly for their constituents. Speaker, the DA supports this vote. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Bartman. I recognize the Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Speaker. To recap, particularly for the benefit of one honourable member that wasn't present, we tabled a massive 30.85 billion rand budget for education in the Western Cape. And as I've said, this is the largest budget for education that we have ever tabled and the largest budget of any department in our province. And of course, with this budget, we aim to improve learning outcomes, to expand access to education, and of course, to develop the resilience in our schools. I would like to begin by thanking the Honourable Deirdre Bartman for her contribution to the debate, and of course respond to some of the points made by other members. Unfortunately, unlike the Honourable Furlong Christians, I am obliged to respond to some of the mumbo jumbo, especially from the Honourable Khalid Said. Let us begin with the matric pass rates. Well, the Western Cape pass rate, in fact, increased again to 81.54%. The top mathematics pass rate at 75.4%, and we got the top physical science pass rate at 82.2%. We got the second highest distinction rate with 24,982 subject distinctions. Our quintile 1 pass rate increased to 72%. Our quintile 2 pass rate increased to 77.5%. Our quintile 3 schools increased to 78%. We got the top candidate in the country, the top candidate in mathematics, the top candidate with special education needs, the top candidate in quintile 5, and the second placed candidate in South African language. All this was symbolized by the results from COSAT, a school in Khayelitsha, where I celebrated the 2023 matric pass rates, with a mathematics pass rate of 99%, a physical science pass rate of 91.3%, 107 distinctions, including 10 distinctions in mathematics, including 3 candidates who got over 90% for mathematics and 4 physical science distinctions. And Speaker, we achieved all that. We achieved all that with a retention rate of 69.3%. We are simply not willing in this province to increase the dropout rate so that we look better in the league tables, because that would mean that thousands of matrics would not have a chance to write their examination, because at the end of the day, we care about every learner here in the Western Cape. On the question of unplaced learners, we have in fact placed all our grade 1 and 8 applicants for 2024. Of course, if and when any additional learners arrive, we will place them too. The majority of the learners for whom placement was delayed were brand new applications, only arriving this year to apply for the current school year. Incredibly, despite nearly 3,500 extremely late applications, we have placed them before the end of the first term. On the question of the online admission system, it allows us, in fact, to be more efficient in allocating resources to areas of highest demand, and more importantly, to weed out illegal practices where schools ask for inappropriate information. The site is zero rated and does not use data. It also reduces the burden on parents, as they do not need to go individually to each school they apply to. And of course, tens of thousands of parents apply online without incident. And of course, we set up dozens of pop-up application points for those parents who do not have access to the internet. On the question of infrastructure spending, we are in fact spending 100% of our infrastructure budget, and we are building more schools faster than ever before in our province. In fact, Speaker, we are so efficient in our infrastructure spending that the National Treasury allocated an extra 115 million in other provinces' unspent education infrastructure grant funding last year, which, of course, if honourable members recall, the Honourable Khalid Sayed opposed in this House. And in fact, it goes further. We are so efficient at spending infrastructure that we have received, as I mentioned in my speech, an additional provisional allocation of 2.5 billion rand to support the Rapid School Build program so that we can build more schools faster in poor communities here in the Western Cape. Now, Speaker, the Honourable Khalid Sayed expresses outrage that the Program 7 examination and related services has been cut by 39.65%. But what he doesn't realize is that this arises from the fact that national government has not made an allocation this year for the Presidential Youth Employment Program. Now this is once again arises as a result of the honourable member simply not doing his homework, which, as you recall, Speaker, is an issue that I've raised consistently. It is a persistent pattern, and despite my recommendation, Speaker, to you to instruct the honourable member to write down, I must do my homework 100 times, this pattern has persisted for 5 years. Perhaps this is something we can work on in the next term with the support of the Western Cape Education Department. On the question of libraries, with respect, Honourable Member, I am not responsible for libraries, and this is perhaps an issue that you may want to discuss with my colleague, the Honourable Anne Murray, or indeed the City of Cape Town. On Heathfield High School, we are squarely focused on teaching and learning. We've appointed a curator principal who, with the school management, has developed some very specific interventions to address learning losses, and we can see improvements already in attendance and learner participation. To the Honourable Furlong Christians, we share your concern, of course, about safety at our schools, which is precisely why we will be investing an additional 57.5 million rand this year to address safety challenges. And we certainly take note and will pay attention to the challenges at the school you mentioned. Speaker, in conclusion, despite the significant budget cuts. We have tabled today a budget to improve learning outcomes, to expand access to education, and of course, to develop resilience in our schools. I would like to thank the members of the Standing Committee on Education, especially the Honourable Deirdre Barton, for your engagement with our department. We value your frankness and your willingness to engage with us when any problems are brought to your attention. We do not always agree, but I really do appreciate your support of our efforts to provide quality education for every learner in every classroom, in every school here in the Western Cape. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Honourable members, that concludes the debate on this vote. Honourable members, before I suspend for lunch, can I please ask that for those members who have not yet participated in the member survey that has been circulated for 2020, the 2022, 2023, 2024 financial year, to please assist and do that. That helps us to address some of the concerns raised by the Honourable Lekker last night in our debate speech. And then, honourable members, with your indulgence, if we can resume the sitting at 14:55, so which provides you with a lunch opportunity of 45 minutes. Honourable members, the House is suspended.